Section 1. The Springfield Signal, the Nuclear Mutation Theory. Go ahead and get comfortable. Pull the blanket a little closer. Settle into wherever you are right now, because for the next few hours, we are going somewhere very specific. Somewhere familiar, somewhere warm, somewhere that has been waiting for you every Sunday night since before most of us knew what a Sunday night was. We are going to Springfield. And before you drift off, before the weight of the day finally wins and pulls you under, we are going to spend a little time looking at the town you think you know. The one with the nuclear plant on the hill? The one with the donut shop and the tire fire and the family of 5 who have been sitting on that same couch for longer than some countries have existed. Because here's the thing about Springfield, the thing that nobody in that town ever stops to say out loud. Something is wrong there. Something has always been wrong there. And the show has been whispering about it in every single episode, in every background detail, in every throwaway line and forgotten plot point and continuity error that people chalked up to lazy writing. It is not lazy writing. It is a pattern. A long, slow, incredibly patient pattern that has been building since December 17th, 1989, when a cartoon family first appeared on American television and changed everything about what animated storytelling could do. 36 seasons, 788 episodes, the longest-running American animated series, the longest-running sitcom, the longest-running scripted primetime show in the history of television. And in all that time, not a single person in Springfield has aged a single day. Not one wrinkle, not one gray hair, not one birthday that actually moved the needle. Bart Simpson is still 10 years old. He has been 10 years old while the internet was invented, while social media rose and mutated and became something nobody asked for, while smartphones appeared in our pockets and rewired our attention spans, while a global pandemic sealed the world indoors, while artificial intelligence went from science fiction to morning news. Through all of it, through 36 years of human history, Bart Simpson is still trying to make it through the 4th grade. And nobody in Springfield thinks that is strange. That, right there, is where we begin. Not with the big theories, not yet. We begin with the simplest, most obvious, most completely ignored fact in the entire history of the show. Springfield is not normal. The people who live there are not normal. And the reason they are not normal has been sitting in the background of every episode, steaming quietly, occasionally glowing a faint and uncanny green. The Springfield Nuclear Power Plant. Let us talk about it the way the show never quite does. Let us look at it directly, calmly, the way you might look at something you have been avoiding. Because once you see it clearly, once you understand what the plant actually represents in the architecture of the show, everything else starts to make sense. Not cartoon sense, real sense. The kind of sense that makes you sit with it quietly for a while before you decide what to do with it. The Springfield Nuclear Power Plant is a 2-unit pressurized water reactor facility. It is owned and operated by Charles Montgomery Burns, who is somewhere between 100 and 140 years old depending on which episode you are watching. It is the primary source of electrical power for the entire town of Springfield. It employs a significant portion of the local workforce. It dominates the skyline the way certain things dominate skylines in working-class American towns. Not as a point of pride, as a fact of life. And it is, by any reasonable measurement, one of the most dangerous industrial facilities in the history of fiction. A surprise safety inspection of the plant found 342 violations. That number deserves a moment of quiet attention. 342 separate documented instances of the facility failing to meet the most basic standards required to prevent it from poisoning, irradiating, or outright killing the people who live in its shadow. 342. The estimated cost to bring the plant up to code was $56 million. To put that in perspective, Charles Montgomery Burns is a billionaire many times over. $56 million is not a difficult sum for a man of his resources. He could have paid it without meaningfully impacting his fortune. He could have signed a check on a Tuesday afternoon and the problem would have been resolved before the weekend. He rebabinded. Not because he could not afford it, because fixing the problems would mean admitting they existed. And admitting they existed would mean someone might start asking questions about what those problems had already done. Not to the facility, to the town, to the water, to the air, to the people who had been living downwind of those cracked and leaking cooling towers for decades, without anyone in a position of authority telling them what was quietly settling into their cells. And the violations themselves are not minor paperwork issues. They are not expired certifications or missing signage. They are the kind of violations that, in a functional regulatory environment, would trigger an immediate shutdown and a federal investigation. Radioactive waste being dumped directly into bodies of water, not accidentally, routinely, as standard operating practice. The water that feeds into the rivers of Springfield, the water that eventually finds its way into the reservoirs, into the taps, into the glasses that the residents of the town fill and drink without a second thought. Radioactive waste being dumped onto children's playgrounds. Sit with that for a moment, gently, the way the show invites you to. Radioactive material. On playgrounds, where children play. Plutonium being used as a paperweight on someone's desk. Not stored, not contained. Used as a decorative object. Sitting in an office where someone breathes the same air all day, every day. Cracked cooling towers that were patched not with concrete, not with any material designed for the purpose, but with a wad of chewing gum. The physical barrier between the reactor core and the outside world maintained with the same material a 10-year-old uses to blow bubbles. Luminous rats, running through the bowels of the facility, glowing. Because they have been living in close enough proximity to radioactive material for long enough that their bodies have begun to absorb and emit that radiation. Visible. Walking around inside the building where people work. And the people who work there have learned to treat them as background noise. And then there is the detail the show drops once and never revisits. The human skeletons in the basement. Not metaphorical skeletons. Not cartoon skeletons used for a quick visual gag. Human remains. In the basement of a working nuclear power plant. The show shows them to you. The safety inspector notes them. And then the episode moves on and nobody asks the question that hangs in the air like smoke. Who were those people? How did they get there? How did they die inside a reactor facility? Why has no one investigated? Why has no one spoken about it? Why does a building that processes fissile material have human bones in its lower levels? And why does the town that relies on that building for its electricity simply accept this as part of the landscape? The answer, when you let it surface slowly, is not comfortable. Now let us talk about the man responsible for preventing all of this. The man whose literal job description is to stand between the Springfield nuclear power plant and the people of Springfield. The safety inspector, the person employed on paper to ensure that the facility does not leak, does not contaminate, does not quietly poison an entire community. That person is Homer Simpson. Homer Simpson, whose IQ the show's own creator has stated, is approximately 55. Homer Simpson, who in the episode where a doctor removes a crayon from his brain, is revealed to have had a foreign object lodged in his skull since childhood, physically suppressing his cognitive function for his entire adult life. Homer Simpson, who sleeps at his workstation, who eats donuts during meltdown warnings, who once caused a nuclear incident by throwing a piece of food into the reactor core to see what would happen. That is the person standing between Springfield and radioactive catastrophe. He has been standing there, failing at that job with cheerful consistency for more than 3 decades. And here is the question the show never asks directly, but answers in the background of every single episode. Is Homer's presence at that facility an accident? Is he just a lucky incompetent who stumbled into a job he never should have had and kept it through some combination of union protections and managerial oversight? Or is Homer Simpson exactly the kind of safety inspector that Charles Montgomery Burns specifically requires? We will return to that question. But first, let us look at the evidence the show has been accumulating since Season 2. The first visible mutation in Springfield appears in an episode about a fish. The fish's name, in the way the show names background details that it wants you to remember, is Blinky. Blinky is a fish with 3 eyes. He is pulled from a river near the power plant, and he immediately becomes national news within the show's universe. A gubernatorial candidate uses Blinky as campaign evidence, arguing that Burns is poisoning the local environment. Burns is eventually forced to eat the fish on live television, in front of cameras, in front of the town, to prove that it is harmless. He eats a three-eyed fish, and the town watches, and the town shrugs, and nobody conducts a follow-up study. Nobody tests the water. Nobody brings in an independent environmental assessment. Nobody asks the question. That should be the first question any thinking person asks when a fish from a local waterway has grown an extra eye from a freshwater river that a nuclear plant has been using as part of its cooling and waste management system. If the fish have three eyes, what is happening to the people drinking the same water? That question sits unanswered in the show's background for seasons. And then, in season 8, the show provides an answer so quietly that it is easy to miss. The episode is called The Springfield Files. Homer, wandering through the woods near Springfield late at night, encounters what he is certain is an alien. Not a person who looks strange, not something he can explain. A genuine, unmistakable, otherworldly figure glowing with a soft green light, moving through the trees with the halting, dazed quality of something that does not belong in the physical world. The town panics. Federal investigators are called in. The episode builds toward a reveal with the careful deliberateness of a mystery story. And when the truth finally surfaces, it is not an alien at all. It is Mr. Burns. Burns has been undergoing a weekly medical treatment so intensive, so chemically and radiologically extreme that it causes his entire body to emit what the show describes as a healthy green glow. The treatment keeps him functional for exactly 1 more week. Without it, he deteriorates rapidly and dies. With it, he walks out of whatever facility administers the treatment in a state of dazed euphoria, wandering through the woods near Springfield, glowing softly in the dark, looking for all the world like something that arrived from somewhere other than Earth. And the people of Springfield, who have been living next door to a leaking nuclear power plant for their entire lives, who drink the water downstream from it and breathe the air around it, see this glowing figure in the forest and think, alien, not radiation, not the plant, not the thing that dominates their skyline and employs their neighbors and has 342 documented safety violations. They see a green glow in the woods and they think of outer space. That is how deep the denial runs. That is how thoroughly the population of Springfield has been conditioned not to connect the thing they live with to the symptoms they experience. Now let us look at the residents themselves. Let us look at them with fresh eyes, gently, the way you might look at something that has been in front of you for so long that you stop seeing it. Homer Simpson. Massive overbite, bulging, protruding eyes, 4 fingers on each hand, a skull shape that defies standard human cranial biology, an IQ classified by his own creator as a clinical disability, a body that can absorb damage that would be fatal to any ordinary human being, not once, not occasionally, but repeatedly, consistently, across hundreds of episodes. He has been shot, electrocuted, fallen off cliffs and into ravines, hit by moving vehicles at speed, caught in explosions. And he walks away. Every time. Not with lasting injury, not with cumulative damage. He walks away, often within the same episode, often within the same act. His healing rate is not normal. His pain tolerance is not human. These are not animation shortcuts. These are details the show has established as consistent, canonical aspects of who Homer Simpson is as a person. He does not heal like a man. He heals like something that has been altered at a cellular level. Marge Simpson. The same bulging eyes, the same 4-fingered hands, hair that grows straight upward in a tower, defying gravity, defying physics, maintaining its precise shape through 36 years without any visible means of support. Marge was briefly employed at the Springfield nuclear power plant. She worked inside the same facility. She was exposed to the same violations, the same leaking material, the same atmosphere that Homer has been absorbing for his entire adult career. And all 3 of her children were conceived and born after both parents had already been living in Springfield's contaminated environment for years. Bart Simpson, Lisa Simpson, Maggie Simpson, all born in Springfield, all raised in Springfield, all drinking the same water and breathing the same air and sleeping under the same shadow of those cracked cooling towers every night of their lives. And every single one of them displays physical characteristics that do not appear in the human populations of other places. The spiky hair that holds its shape without product, the overbites, the bulging eyes, the yellow skin. The yellow skin. This is the detail that, once you notice it, refuses to go away. Every resident of Springfield has yellow skin. Not golden, not tan. Yellow. The specific, distinctive, deeply unusual coloration of skin that has been affected by something. All of them. Everyone who lives there. Every person who calls Springfield home shares this particular physical characteristic. And then a guest character arrives, a celebrity, someone from outside the town. And they look different. Not slightly different. Fundamentally different. Their proportions are more natural. Their eyes sit in their skull at angles that correspond to actual human anatomy. Their skin is whatever color their skin is. They look, in comparison to the Springfield residents around them, like people from the real world who have wandered into something strange. The show draws outsiders with more realistic proportions than it draws Springfield residents. The standard explanation, the one that has always satisfied the casual viewer, is that this is simply the art style. That is how The Simpsons looks. The yellow skin is a stylistic choice Matt Groening made decades ago, and the show has maintained ever since. The proportions are cartoon proportions. Do not overthink it. But there is a problem with that explanation. Within the internal logic of the show's universe, within the reality that Springfield and its residents actually inhabit, there is a visible, observable, consistent difference between people who live inside Springfield and people who come from outside it. The people inside the contamination zone look mutated. The people outside it look normal. Even the animals absorb this pattern. Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, has the same bulging eyes as his owners, the same proportions that deviate from standard canine anatomy. Blinky the fish has 3 eyes. The wildlife of Springfield has been demonstrably, visibly altered by what is flowing out of that plant. The show tells you this directly. It shows you a 3-eyed fish and explicitly frames it as evidence of what the radiation is doing to living organisms in the area. And then it asks you to accept that the exact same radiation, flowing into the exact same water supply, breathed in the exact same air, has had no equivalent effect on the humans who live there. You can feel the sleepiness starting to settle, the way it does when you stop fighting it and just let the words wash over you. So let them. Let this story move around you like water, because the deeper this theory goes, the stranger and more internally consistent it becomes. Burns knows. The show makes this explicit across multiple episodes and in multiple ways, and it is worth sitting with each piece slowly. Burns funds private medical research. He retains personal physicians who do not appear to have obligations to anyone but him. He undergoes weekly treatments that, as we have established, are so chemically and radiologically extreme that they cause visible bioluminescence in his body. Burns understands radiation at a level that no other character in the show approaches, because Burns is personally dependent on managing its effects in his own body. He does not deal with radiation in the abstract. He deals with it the way you deal with something that will kill you if you do not actively manage it. He knows what radiation does to biological systems because radiation is, in a very literal sense, what keeps him alive. And he knows what his plant has been doing to Springfield because he has been watching it. Because Springfield in this reading is not just a town where Burns happens to own the power plant. Springfield is his laboratory. The population of Springfield is his long-term study group. People who have been drinking radiation-affected water and breathing radiation-affected air and absorbing radiation-affected ambient exposure for decades, and whose observable mutations and cognitive effects Burns has had a front-row seat to observe. Homer's continued employment, when you look at it through this lens, is not a management failure. It is not Burns being forgetful or negligent. It is a deliberate structural choice with a clear strategic purpose. The show demonstrates this directly. When German investors briefly acquired the plant, they took one look at the facility and fired Homer immediately. Then they assessed the actual cost of bringing the plant up to code and came close to financial ruin from the estimate alone. The liability alone was staggering. Burns bought the plant back, and the very first thing he did was rehire Homer. A competent safety inspector would shut the plant down. A competent safety inspector would document the violations, file the reports, escalate to the relevant regulatory bodies, and the plant would be closed and Burns would face consequences that even his wealth might not entirely absorb. Homer Simpson ensures none of that happens. Homer ensures the violations continue. The radiation keeps leaking, the water stays contaminated, and Burns maintains his monopoly over Springfield's power supply, its economy, and through the economy, its entire population. A population that, by this point in the theory, is too cognitively impaired by decades of radiation exposure to understand what is happening to them. This brings us to what is perhaps the most quietly devastating detail in the entire theory. Season 12, the episode in which a doctor removes the crayon from Homer's brain. When the crayon comes out, Homer's IQ does not merely improve a little, it skyrockets. He becomes, almost overnight, articulate and intellectually capable and aware in ways that he has never been in his adult life. He can understand complex arguments. He can follow chains of reasoning. He can perceive cause and effect in his own life with a clarity that he has never had access to before. And for a short time, he sees Springfield clearly. He sees his job for what it is. He sees the power plant for what it is. He sees his employer, the man who has been signing his paychecks for his entire working life, for what he is. He sees the system he lives inside, the ways it has shaped him and used him and kept him exactly where it needed him to be. And it is unbearable. Homer has the crayon put back in. He chooses, consciously and deliberately, to return to the fog. He chooses the dulled version of himself over the clear-eyed version. Not because he is stupid. In that moment, he is anything but stupid. He chooses it because being intelligent in Springfield, being capable of seeing what Springfield is a form of suffering that he is not equipped to endure. But the question the show never asks is the one worth sitting with as you let yourself drift. How did a crayon get lodged in a child's brain without anyone noticing? How did Homer go through his entire childhood, his entire adolescence, his entire adult life, visiting Springfield doctors, getting checkups, experiencing the full range of medical attention the town had to offer, and not a single medical professional found a foreign object in his skull? Either every doctor in Springfield is incompetent beyond any plausible explanation, or someone knew the crayon was there and chose not to remove it. Because the version of Homer Simpson that exists with the crayon in place is more useful to certain interests than the version that exists without it. If the medical establishment in Springfield is compromised, if the doctors are looking the other way while the radiation does what radiation does to neurons over time, if Burns's influence extends not just into the workplace and the political system, but into the healthcare infrastructure of the town he functionally owns, then the crayon in Homer's brain is not an accident. It is a metaphor the show uses to tell you something it cannot say directly. The people of Springfield have something wrong with their brains. Something that keeps them compliant and incurious and incapable of looking at their own lives and asking the most fundamental question a conscious being can ask. Why are we all like this? The radiation theory does not explain one mystery about The Simpsons. It explains all of them, in the way that a single key, the right key, opens everything. The characters do not age because their mutated biology has been altered at a cellular level in ways that affect the normal aging process. The town resets after catastrophic events because the population's memory and pattern recognition functions have been compromised by chronic neurological damage. They cannot hold on to the memory of last week's disaster because their brains do not work the way undamaged brains work. Homer survives injuries that should kill him because his body has adapted to the radiation in ways that make it extraordinarily durable, even as it remains cognitively devastated. Burns stays alive through treatments that would kill a normal human being because he has been managing his own radiation exposure for over a century with resources and infrastructure that no one else in the town has access to. He is not surviving despite the radiation. He is surviving because of it. And nobody in Springfield questions any of this because the same invisible contamination that mutated their bodies also quietly, patiently, over the course of decades, damage the precise cognitive function responsible for critical thinking. Springfield is not a quirky cartoon town. It is a contamination zone. The residents are not eccentric. They are symptomatic. And the nuclear power plant that sits on the hill above them, that provides their electricity and employs their neighbors and quietly poisons their water, is not a background gag. It is the cause. It has always been the cause. Every yellow face, every four-fingered hand, every impossible recovery, every forgotten catastrophe, every reset, every continuity error that people have been dismissing as lazy writing for 36 years. It all traces back to the same cracked cooling tower, leaking the same invisible material into the same water supply, feeding the same damaged minds that cannot figure out why their fish have 3 eyes or why their children have been 10 years old since before the millennium. The Springfield nuclear power plant is not just part of the show, it is the show, and nobody in Springfield will ever figure that out. Because the plant already made sure they cannot. Viewer engagement. C. T. Before we move into the next mystery, drop a comment right now telling us where you are watching from and what time it is. The middle of the night in a quiet bedroom, a rainy afternoon somewhere, a long commute in a city we have never heard of. We want to know. And if this is the kind of thing you want more of, go ahead and subscribe. There is plenty more Springfield ahead of us tonight. Now settle back in. Section 2. The coma that never ended. Homer's coma theory. What if everything you just heard about Springfield is true, but it is only true inside the mind of a man who has been unconscious since April of 1993? Let that settle gently for a moment. Because this is the theory that reframes everything. Not just the radiation, not just the mutations and the forgetting and the impossible survival. Everything. Every episode you have ever watched, every guest appearance, every trip to space, and every celebrity encounter, and every time Homer has walked away from something that should have ended him permanently. All of it. The entire sprawling, 36-year, 788-episode universe of The Simpsons. A dream. The dream of a specific man in a specific hospital bed in a specific town who went under in the spring of 1993 and has never found his way back to the surface. This is the Homer coma theory. It is the single most discussed, most debated, most carefully analyzed fan theory in the history of the show. And the reason it has never gone away, the reason it keeps resurfacing in conversations and articles and comment sections long after other theories have faded, is that the evidence for it is not speculation. It is not wishful thinking. It is woven directly into the fabric of the show itself, written into the details by writers who either knew exactly what they were doing or stumbled into something they could not have fully understood at the time. Let us go back to the beginning. The episode aired on April 1st, 1993, the 18th episode of the show's 4th season. The title was So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. The framing was exactly what the title implies, a clip show. The kind of episode networks sometimes produce when they need to fill a broadcast slot without spending the full budget on original animation. The premise was simple. Bart plays a series of April Fool's pranks on Homer. Each prank escalates, and the final one goes too far. Bart takes one of Homer's beer cans to an auto body shop and places it inside an industrial paint shaker. He shakes it until it is under extraordinary pressure. He returns it to the refrigerator, and when Homer, thirsty and unsuspecting, opens the can, the explosion that results is violent enough to send Homer to the hospital. He is lying in his hospital bed, recovering, groggy, disoriented, and he sees a vending machine across the room. He wants a candy bar. The machine tips over. It crushes him, and Homer Simpson flatlines. He enters a clinically documented, narratively established, canonical coma. This is not a joke. This is not a cutaway. This is not a dream sequence with clear visual markers telling the audience that we are inside someone's imagination. Homer Simpson enters a coma. His family comes to the hospital. They sit by his bed and wait. The episode ends with Homer waking up. Bart confesses tearfully at his bedside, and Homer springs back to life and immediately begins strangling his son, because that is what Homer does. And the family laughs, and the credits roll, and America moves on. But before the credits, the show slips in a detail. Just one. Small and easy to miss and easy to accept as one more cartoon absurdity. Homer lost 5% of his brain function during the coma. 5%. Gone. Destroyed. Permanently. Never coming back. And Homer's response to being informed that he has sustained permanent, irreversible brain damage is to laugh. He says he does not understand why he is laughing. The family finds this charming, the episode ends, and The Simpsons continues for 32 more years. As if nothing happened. Unless nothing did happen. Unless Homer never came back. Unless the moment the vending machine fell is not the beginning of a recovery, but the end of a life. And everything that followed, every episode, every season, every impossible adventure, every celebrity encounter, every time Homer met God or went to space or survived something that should have killed him, is the interior monologue of a man lying in a hospital in Springfield, dreaming. The basic architecture of the theory is this. Homer did not wake up in April of 1993. Everything since that date is a dream generated by a comatose mind. The family sitting by the bed, the nurses moving through the hallway, the ambient sounds of the hospital room. These are real. They are the only real things. Everything else, Springfield as it exists in the episodes after the coma, the characters and the storylines and the world, is Homer's unconscious brain constructing a simulation of the life he lost. And the evidence accumulates with a patience that mirrors the show itself. The most obvious, most immediate piece of evidence is the tonal shift. If you watch The Simpsons from its beginning and pay attention to the texture of the storytelling, you will notice something happens around season 4. The nature of the show changes. Not completely, not all at once, but the drift is real, and it is consistent, and it goes in one direction without reversal. Before the coma, The Simpsons is a grounded show. Not realistic in the sense of photorealism. It is a cartoon. It has always been a cartoon, and cartoon logic has always had a place in its storytelling. But the problems the family deals with in the early seasons are recognizable human problems. Homer tries to quit drinking and discovers that his relationship with alcohol is more complicated than willpower. Marge considers the possibility of an emotional affair with a bowling instructor and has to reckon with what that desire means about her marriage. Lisa develops a crush on a substitute teacher and learns something about the bittersweet nature of intellectual admiration. Bart faces the real, concrete, emotionally resonant possibility of being held back a year in school. These are domestic stories, family stories. They are told through the specific lens of satirical animation, but at their core, they are about the kinds of things real families experience. Financial pressure, marital tension, the ways children fail and parents worry and the household organism strains to hold itself together under the weight of ordinary life. After the coma, everything changes. Homer goes to space, not as a fantasy, not as a dream sequence. As a canonical event in the show's reality, Homer Simpson is launched into orbit. Burns captures the Loch Ness Monster. Homer becomes the leader of a vigilante group. Homer joins a secret society so old and powerful that it shapes the political life of the country. Homer discovers that his mother is a fugitive radical who has been living underground for decades. Homer meets God. Twice. The show transforms from a domestic sitcom rooted in economic anxiety and family dynamics into a show where the main character has met multiple sitting presidents, traveled to dozens of foreign countries, held hundreds of completely different jobs across every sector of the economy, befriended and become integrated into the lives of an almost endless parade of cultural celebrities, and survived physical trauma that would end the lives of entire military units. The escalation is so dramatic that even casual viewers have noticed it. The debate about when The Simpsons lost its way, about when the quality declined, about when the show stopped being the show it used to be, has been running on the internet for 20 years. It is one of the most reliably consistent conversations in the culture surrounding the show. The coma theory does not argue that the show got bad. The coma theory argues that the answer to when it changed is precise, not gradual. Not a slow drift caused by writer turnover or creative exhaustion or the natural entropy of long-running television. A specific date, April 1st, 1993. The day Homer's vending machine fell, The Simpsons did not change. Homer's brain got worse. And as his brain deteriorates in the hospital bed, as the years pass and the neural pathways that once organized his perception of reality become increasingly compromised, the dream he generates becomes increasingly untethered from the reality it is trying to simulate. Early in the coma, the dream is recognizable. It looks like his actual life. It has the texture and weight of real domestic existence because his brain still has a clear, undamaged template to work from. But as time passes and the damage accumulates and the template degrades, the dream starts to slip. The stories become grander. The events become less plausible. The world becomes stranger and more surreal and more detached from the physics and social dynamics of the real Springfield he was living in when the vending machine fell. The increasingly cartoonish plots are not creative failure. They are neurological progression. And then there is the detail that, once you encounter it, you cannot unfind. 6 months before the coma episode, in the Season 4 premiere, Homer has a conversation with God. A direct, face-to-face conversation. Not a vision. Not a symbolic dream. Within the logic of that episode, Homer Simpson has an actual dialogue with the actual divine. And during that conversation, God tells Homer something specific. Homer will learn the meaning of life. But not yet. His time is coming. 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. Read that sequence not as a quirky theological gag, the way the episode presents it, but as a story beat, as information. God, speaking to Homer 6 months before the vending machine falls, tells him that his time is nearly up, that he will understand everything, that revelation is coming, but is not yet here. And then the vending machine falls. Under the coma theory, this is not a coincidence. It is foreshadowing that the writers may or may not have intended to connect, but which connects anyway, because sometimes the pieces of a long story arrange themselves into patterns that the storytellers did not consciously design, but which are nonetheless there. God told Homer his time was coming, and 6 months later, Homer's conscious life ended. What the show presents as a recovery in the final minutes of that clip show episode, Homer waking up and strangling Bart, is not a waking. It is the moment Homer's dreaming mind chose to continue the story rather than let it go. Because if Homer had truly died, if his brain had shut down completely in April of 1993, there would be no more story. But a coma is not death. A coma is an in-between state. A place where the mind keeps running even as the body has stopped participating in the world. And in that in-between state, Homer keeps dreaming, keeps building the world, keeps his family around him. Because here is the piece of the coma theory that stays with you longest, that finds you again at odd moments in your daily life, that surfaces in the quiet space just before sleep. Homer's deepest wish is not complicated. It is not about success or recognition or adventure or any of the grandiose things the post-coma episodes let him experience. Homer's deepest wish is a house on Evergreen Terrace with Marge still loving him and his children, still small enough to need him, and a cold beer and a couch and the steady warmth of a family that has not fallen apart. That is it. That is the entirety of what Homer Simpson wants from his existence. In the coma, he has it. The dream gives him everything he wants. Locked in amber, preserved exactly as it was on the day the vending machine fell. His children cannot grow up because they exist inside the memory of a man who went under in 1993, and his memory of them is frozen at the ages they were on that specific April morning. Marge cannot age because the last face Homer saw before the machine fell is the face his dreaming brain has fixed as hers. His friends are exactly who they were. The house looks exactly as it did. Nothing changes because Homer is not there to experience change. He can only experience what his brain can reconstruct from the reference material it had at the moment of impact. This is what comas do to the human mind. They lock you in place, they preserve the last experience moment, and prevent the accumulation of new real experience. Homer's brain is running a simulation, and the simulation can only be built from the data that existed before the simulation started. Every celebrity who shows up in Springfield, every famous voice that appears in a later season episode, can be understood through this lens as ambient data leaking into the dream. Homer is in a hospital room. There is a television somewhere in his environment. There are radios. There are conversations happening at his bedside. His brain, still running in the background, still processing, still trying to maintain the simulation, absorbs these fragments of external media and weaves them into the dream world as characters. A voice from a talk show becomes a guest appearance. A name heard from a hospital room conversation becomes a character in that week's episode. Homer's coma brain is not imagining celebrities for the sake of spectacle. It is processing the sensory input available to an unconscious man in a hospital room and translating it into story. The show itself, in a moment that is either the writers acknowledging the theory or dismissing it in the most interesting possible way, addressed the coma idea directly in its 34th season. An episode called Lisa the Boy Scout included a deliberately constructed fake deleted scene, presented and then immediately disavowed, in which Homer wakes from a long coma to reveal that all the outlandish events of the preceding decades were a dream. The show made this scene. They animated it fully, they showed it to the audience. And then they said it was a hoax, a piece of fiction within the fiction. A prank planted by hackers, the episode claimed. Not real, not canon, a joke. But think about what that production choice actually represents. The writer sat down and wrote a scene in which Homer Simpson wakes from a coma and the entire show is revealed to have been a dream. They gave that scene to animators who drew it. They gave it to the voice cast who performed it. They assembled it into a finished scene and put it in front of an audience. They engaged with the theory. They committed enough resources to it to produce a fully realized version of its conclusion. And their denial of it is a denial that comes wrapped inside an episode that depicts exactly what the theory describes. They showed you the truth. They told you it was a joke. And the audience laughed, because that is what you do in Springfield when something uncomfortable surfaces. You laugh, you move on, you do not ask the question that the laughter was designed to prevent you from asking. Al Jean, the show's executive producer, addressed the theory directly in 2015. He said it is not true. He dismissed it as fan speculation and moved on. But there are things Al Jean did not address. He did not explain why nobody ages. He did not explain the tonal shift. He did not explain why God told Homer his time was coming 6 months before the coma. He did not explain why the show has become progressively more surreal and structurally impossible with each passing season, in the precise way you would expect a dream to become as the brain generating it slowly loses integrity. He said it is not true. And the interviewer moved on. The fans did not move on. Because the theory does something no official explanation has ever managed. It makes the show make sense. All of it. The aging that never happens. The reset that follows every disaster. The impossibility of Homer's survival record. The way consequences never stick. The way the world keeps getting stranger and more disconnected from any recognizable version of reality. If Homer is in a coma, all of it has an explanation because a dreaming brain does not maintain internal consistency the way a waking mind does. A dreaming brain does not keep ledgers of cause and effect. A dreaming brain resets, because that is what dreams do. They start fresh. The consequences of last night's dream do not carry over into tonight's unless the dreamer decides to carry them. Homer's coma does not kill him because the dreaming mind cannot kill itself. His body is in a hospital bed. Only the version of Homer that exists in the dream is at risk in the dream world. And the dream cannot end Homer's life because Homer's mind is the one writing the story. If Homer dies in the dream stops. And if the dream stops, there is nothing left but a body in a bed and whatever is or is not waiting on the other side of that. So the dream keeps Homer alive. It keeps the family together. It keeps the children young and the house warm and the beer cold and Marge's hair impossibly tall. It builds adventures out of ambient hospital data. It populates Springfield with celebrities from the television in the next room. It generates plots of escalating strangeness because the brain generating them is slowly, incrementally, season by season, losing the structural integrity that kept the early dreams grounded. And every Sunday night, the dream plays, and the rest of us watch it. And we call it our favorite show. If the coma theory is correct, then the emotional center of The Simpsons is not comedy. It never was. It was always tragedy. A very specific, very quiet, extraordinarily patient tragedy about a man who loved his family so much that even unconscious, even with his brain slowly losing the battle it has been fighting, since April of 1993, he cannot stop dreaming them into existence. Homer does not dream of space to be impressive. He does not dream of celebrity friendships because he craves recognition. He does not dream of adventure because his actual life was too small. He dreams of these things because his damaged brain can no longer maintain the tight, grounded, domestic simulation of the early seasons. It has to reach for bigger material to keep the story running. It is doing the best it can with what it is left. And what it always comes back to in every episode, regardless of how strange the plot becomes, is the house on Evergreen Terrace. The couch, the family, the moment before the credits when everything is back to normal and the family is together and the world, however damaged and improbable and impossible, is still going. Homer keeps dreaming because the dream is the only way he gets to hold on to his children while they are still young. The only way he gets to hear Bart's voice and see Marge smile and watch Lisa play her saxophone. The only way the family stays together without the terrible forward motion of time pulling them in different directions. The dream is the only heaven Homer Simpson would ever ask for. A house in Springfield where the kids are always young and the beer is always cold and nobody ever has to say goodbye. And every episode you have ever watched, every moment you have spent in that yellow house with that impossible family, you were not watching a cartoon. You were visiting a dying man's dream. Section 3. The bullet nobody claimed? Who really shot Mr. Burns? Now we need to go back to 1995. Back to the summer that the entire country turned into amateur detectives. Back to the cliffhanger that was not just a television event but a cultural moment. A genuine national puzzle that had people arguing at dinner tables and calling into radio programs and filling out contest entries with theories about which animated character in a cartoon town had fired a gun into an elderly billionaire on a summer evening. We need to talk about who shot Mr. Burns. And before you say Maggie, before you cite Season 7, Episode 1, and close the file on this case, let me ask you to stay with me a moment longer. Because the official answer is Maggie. The show committed to it. The writers stand behind it. The episode aired, the case was closed, and America moved on. But the case was never actually solved. It was closed. In Springfield, as we will spend more time understanding later in this conversation, those two things are very different. Let us go back to the beginning of the mystery. Season 6, Episode 25. The title, Who Shot Mr. Burns, Part 1. This was a deliberate, carefully constructed, unprecedented event in animated television. The creators of The Simpsons set out to create a genuine whodunit mystery inside a cartoon. Not a parody of a mystery, an actual mystery. With actual clues, actual red herrings, actual motive construction, and an actual answer that viewers were invited to discover for themselves before the resolution aired. Fox promoted this like a network event. America's Most Wanted produced a tie-in special treating the fictional shooting as a genuine unsolved crime. A national contest invited viewers to submit their theories, with the prize being an appearance as an animated character in a future episode. The entire media apparatus of mid-1990s television wrapped itself around this question. Who shot Mr. Burns? And to understand why the official answer does not fully satisfy, you need to understand how thoroughly the show constructed the problem. Mr. Burns had, in the events leading to the shooting, done something that the show went to considerable effort to make feel genuinely terrible even by the standards of his established villainy. He stole oil from beneath Springfield Elementary School, destroying the school's financial stability. He shut down Moe's Tavern by engineering the financial ruin of its owner. He created a geological disturbance that collapsed the Springfield retirement castle. He injured Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog. And then, as his culminating act, he built a mechanical sun-blocking device and positioned it over the entire town of Springfield, blocking the sunlight from reaching the community so that every resident would be forced to buy their electricity from his power plant. Not metaphorically, Burns literally stole the sun from Springfield. He removed access to natural light from an entire community as a business strategy. When Smithers, his loyal assistant of decades, protested this particular plan as going too far, even by their standards. Burns fired him on the spot. By the end of part 1, a list of characters with meaningful motivation to want Burns dead included Homer Simpson, who had spent years being ignored and humiliated by a man who could not remember his name, despite Homer being one of his employees. Bart and Lisa Simpson, whose school had just been financially gutted. Grandpa Simpson, whose retirement home had been destroyed. Groundskeeper Willie, who had lost his job. Tito Puente, the musician whose program had been cut. Mo, the bar owner who had been driven to bankruptcy. Smithers, freshly fired and descending into alcoholism after devoting his entire adult life to a man who discarded him without hesitation. The entire town gathered at a public meeting. Multiple characters were shown arriving armed. The tension in the room was the kind that does not dissipate without incident. Burns collapsed from a single gunshot wound. He staggered onto the town sundial and fell, his hands landing on two specific letters, W and S, or viewed from Burns's own perspective, M and S. The ambulance took him away. The screen went dark. America waited through an entire summer to find out what happened. When Part 2 aired in September, the investigation played out as a procedural. Smithers confessed immediately because that is what Smithers would do, but his confession collapsed when the timeline revealed he had been blackout drunk at the time and had actually shot a completely different person. Not Burns. Old Jasper in the wooden leg. Suspects were eliminated one by one. An eyelash was found on Burns's suit. DNA analysis identified it as belonging to a Simpson. The evidence pointed toward Homer. His fingerprints were on the gun. His motive was undeniable. He was arrested. He was about to be convicted. And then Burns woke up from his coma and identified his attacker. It was Maggie. Baby Maggie Simpson, 1-year-old who Burns claimed he encountered in the parking lot after the town meeting. He attempted to take her lollipop. In the struggle, his gun fell from its holster. Maggie picked it up. The gun discharged. Burns was shot. Mystery solved. Baby did it. End of episode. Except, let us start with the contest. The national contest that Fox ran, the one with the animated character appearance prize, received thousands of entries from viewers across the country. According to the DVD commentary for the episode, not a single entry in the randomly selected sample that the producers reviewed gave the correct answer. Not one. The person who received the prize was chosen randomly from the pool. Because no one had won, that person received a cash payment instead of the promised animated appearance. The show's creators acknowledged on that same commentary track that they were aware of one person, exactly one person, who had posted the correct answer to a Simpsons news group on the night of the original broadcast. But this person was using a college internet account. By the time the producers tried to find them after the contest ended, the account was no longer active. The one person who got it right had disappeared. The producers issued an open invitation on the DVD release for that person to come forward and claim their prize. As far as anyone knows, they never did. Think carefully about what this actually means. The writers designed a mystery, told America it was solvable from the clues in Part 1, built a national media campaign around the promise of a fair puzzle, and then when the answer was revealed, essentially nobody in the entire country had independently arrived at it. Not through insufficient effort, through the actual logical process of examining the evidence. Either the clues were genuinely insufficient to lead viewers to the answer, or the red herrings were so effective that they buried the answer entirely. Or the answer that was presented in Part 2 did not logically follow from the evidence that was laid out in Part 1. Now let us look at the specific pieces of evidence in detail. Gently, unhurriedly, the way you examine something when the pressure of needing an answer has been removed. Burns falls on the sundial. His hands point to west and south, or from his perspective, east and south. The show presents this as meaning Maggie Simpson. M for Maggie. S for Simpson. But Burns himself, canonically on the record, explicitly stated that his hands pointing at those letters was not intentional. He did not position himself to spell out his attacker's initials. He was shot, and he fell, and his hands landed where they landed. The sundial detail, the piece of evidence the show leans on most heavily to justify the Maggie answer, was explicitly described by the victim himself as a coincidence. The central clue of the central mystery in the show's history is meaningless, according to the person it supposedly came from. Then there is the gun itself. Burns carried a gun in a holster. In the events shown before the shooting, the holster is shown empty. The gun was already missing from his person before the attack. Whoever shot Burns used Burns's own weapon. They did not bring a gun to the meeting. They encountered the gun by chance and used it impulsively. This profile rules out most of the suspects who were shown arriving at the town meeting armed. People who came to that meeting carrying weapons came specifically because they intended violence. The actual shooter was someone who arrived unarmed, who was not planning to shoot anyone, who found a gun on the ground, and in a moment of anger or panic or accident, fired it. A baby finding a gun and pulling the trigger fits that profile. So does a significant number of other characters who were present that night without weapons of their own. Then there is what Burns said in the moment before he was shot. His last words before the bullet hit him. Not words of fear, not words of surprise. Not the startled exclamation of a man confronted by something unexpected. He said, "Oh, it's you." That is the greeting of recognition, the specific verbal shorthand of a person who knows the face in front of them. Who has a history with the person they are seeing? Who is not afraid of that person at the moment of greeting, even if that changes in the next instant? Does Charles Montgomery Burns know Maggie Simpson? Does he have a relationship with her that would produce that kind of casual recognition? Has she been a presence in his life in any way that would make seeing her in a parking lot produce the response, "Oh, it is you"? The show does not establish this relationship. Burns struggles to remember the name of his own employee of many years. The idea that he would greet a baby he has no meaningful relationship with using the phrasing of familiar recognition does not fit the character as the show has built him. Season 18. Homer, in a casual setting, in a moment that the show does not highlight or underline or set apart as significant, claims that he was the one who shot Burns. He says it, out loud, on camera, and nobody reacts. The case is not reopened. No investigation is launched. Homer confesses to the attempted murder of the richest man in Springfield, and the show treats it the way Springfield treats everything that does not fit the official narrative. With silence. Now, either Homer is lying, which is entirely possible. Homer says many things that are not true. His sense of humor and his desire for attention make him an unreliable narrator of his own life. The confession could be nothing more than Homer reaching for a story that makes him sound interesting, or the original verdict was wrong. And if Homer did it, if Homer was the actual shooter, then Maggie was framed. Not deliberately necessarily, not through any organized conspiracy, but through the convenient availability of a suspect who could absorb the accusation without consequence. Because Chief Wiggum's own words, spoken in the episode, are that no jury in the world would convict a baby, Maggie was the perfect receptacle for an answer that the town needed. She could not deny the accusation. She could not understand what she was being accused of. She could not be punished even if she was guilty. She made the case go away cleanly without any of the messy, ongoing consequences that would follow from charging and prosecuting an actual adult member of the community. And then there is the Marge theory, which deserves serious consideration. The case for Marge as the actual shooter is quietly compelling in a way that grows more interesting the longer you sit with it. Marge is a devoted, fiercely protective mother who had watched Burns systematically destroy the things her family and her community cared about. The school, the dog, the retirement home, the son itself. She had the same motivation as everyone else at that meeting, but she had it in a specifically maternal register that is different from Homer's injured pride or Grandpa's displaced housing. Marge's motivation was the protection of her children, and the protection of children is the most powerful motivator in the human emotional range. Burns, in an earlier episode, developed an infatuation with Marge. The episode Marge Gets a Job established a dynamic between them in which Burns's feelings for her were genuine, or as genuine as his emotional register allows for. He fell for her, in his own limited, withered way. If Marge was the shooter, Burns's behavior after waking from his coma makes a different kind of sense. He recognizes his attacker immediately. He knows exactly who it was. And rather than identify her, rather than name the woman he had been infatuated with, he looks around the room and finds a different answer. An answer that resolves the legal situation without requiring him to send to prison the person he, in whatever capacity he is capable of caring about anyone, actually cares about. He protects her by pointing at the sundial. He lets the town draw its own conclusions. And the town, true to form, draws the most convenient conclusion available. Maggie becomes the answer because Maggie makes the problem go away. The show knows this theory has weight. The production team knows it. In the additional material released around the episode, a complete alternate ending was animated in which Smithers is revealed as the shooter. Not a sketch, not an outline. A fully produced, fully voiced, complete alternate version of the resolution. When this ending was eventually shown to audiences as part of a clip special, the host dismisses it by pointing out that all the Simpson DNA evidence would have to be ignored, which he describes as downright nutty. And then he makes a specific, pointed comparison to the O.J. Simpson trial, in which a jury ignored DNA evidence to reach an acquittal. The show is winking at you. It is telling you, through a fictional host in a clip special, that ignoring DNA evidence is something that happens, that official answers are not always right answers, that the evidence can be made to point wherever the people managing the investigation need it to point. The official answer is Maggie Simpson. The writers stand behind it. The DVD commentary presents it as settled. The case is closed, but the contest that nobody won. The clue that Burns himself said was meaningless. The fully produced alternate endings, the season 18 confession, that nobody followed up on. The last words that suggest recognition rather than surprise. The profile of a shooter who did not come armed and found a weapon by chance. All of it, laid end to end, suggests that the greatest mystery in the history of this show was never actually resolved. It was managed. And in Springfield, those are two very different things. Section 4. The Man Who Cannot Die, Burns' Immortality Theory. There is a man at the center of Springfield who should not exist. Not because he is evil, though the show is fairly consistent about that. Not because he is powerful, though the show is equally consistent about that. He should not exist because the laws of biology that govern the rest of us, the slow, patient, inexorable process of aging that takes every living thing from birth through growth through decline, appear to have entered into some arrangement with Charles Montgomery Burns that the rest of us were not informed about. He is old, extraordinarily, impossibly, documentably old. The show has been inconsistent about exactly how old in the way it is inconsistent about most specific details that would nail down too much of the show's timeline. But the inconsistencies all point in the same direction. Every version of Burns's age, every flashback, every story he has told about his own past, every historical event he has referenced as personal experience, rather than received history, places his birth somewhere in the late 1800s. He has described personal memories from before the turn of the 20th century. He has told stories about events from the 1910s as first-person experiences. He has referenced working relationships with historical figures who were dead before the oldest people in the show's audience were born. He has described the Gilded Age not as a period of history he has read about, but as a time he lived through personally, as a young person with opinions and ambitions, and a developing understanding of how wealth and power intersect. By the most conservative reading of the evidence the show provides, Burns is well over 100 years old. By the most liberal reading of the timeline, he may be approaching 140. And he does not merely exist at that age, he functions. He runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation with the active, engaged attention of someone who knows exactly where each piece of his empire is and how it connects to every other piece. He manipulates municipal politics with a strategic sophistication that no one in Springfield can match. He orchestrates schemes that require long-term planning, sustained intelligence, and a working understanding of modern technology, modern finance, and modern law. His body is frail. His physical strength is negligible. The show has established this as part of his character. A bird can knock him over. A gentle breeze is occasionally too much for him. His arms, when extended, appear to be composed primarily of loose skin stretched over structural materials that are no longer doing their full job. But his mind is something else entirely. Burns's mind is sharp in a way that none of the other characters in the show can match. He is the most strategic, most calculating, most consistently competent thinker in Springfield. When he wants something, he generally gets it. When he sets a plan in motion, it generally works. When he is temporarily thwarted, as he is with reliable frequency in the show's storytelling, he recovers and adapts and continues with a resilience that is not physical but cognitive. And he has been operating at that level, running at that cognitive intensity for longer than any human being should be capable of sustained consciousness. How? The Springfield files, which we have already visited in our discussion of the radiation theory, provides the clearest canonical answer the show gives us. Burns undergoes a weekly medical treatment, not a supplement, not a routine checkup. A full medical regimen so intensive, so chemically loaded, so radiologically extreme that it saturates his body with substances that cause it to emit a visible green glow. The treatment keeps him functional for exactly 7 more days. At the end of those 7 days, without a new treatment, Burns deteriorates and dies. The margin between another week of life and death is a single missed appointment. His survival is scheduled, maintained the way you maintain a machine, through regular, precise, non-negotiable servicing, and the treatments are radiation-based. The man who owns a nuclear power plant that has been leaking radioactive material into Springfield's water supply for decades, the man whose facility has exposed an entire community to chronic, low-level radiation exposure, is personally dependent on controlled, high-intensity radiation to sustain his own biological processes. This is not a coincidence that the show has stumbled into. This is a coherent picture built piece by piece across decades of storytelling, of a man who has not just profited from nuclear energy, but has become inseparable from it. Burns is not just powered by his plant in the financial sense. His body is powered by it in the literal sense. The radiation is his fuel. Remove it, and he shuts down. Now consider the famous scene in which Burns visits a doctor and receives the most extraordinary medical diagnosis in the history of fiction. Burns has every disease known to medical science. Every single one. Simultaneously, they exist in his body in a state of what the doctor describes as perfect equilibrium. Each disease is present and active and technically progressing, but because they are all progressing at once, they cancel each other out. Each illness is blocked from reaching a fatal stage because every other illness is competing for the same resources at the same time. The doctor names this Three Stooges syndrome. The comparison is to 3 people trying to get through the same doorway at once. None of them can pass because all of them are trying. Burns is the sickest man in the United States. He is also, by virtue of that sickness, functionally indestructible. The very thing that should be killing him is what is keeping him alive. Every disease he has is perfectly balanced against every other disease, and the equilibrium that results is a bizarre, unprecedented form of medical stability that no doctor can replicate, no treatment can intentionally produce, and no textbook has ever described. This is played for enormous comedy. It is one of the most quoted scenes in the entire show. And it is funny. It is genuinely, beautifully funny in the way the best Simpsons comedy works, finding the precise angle that makes an absurd premise feel internally consistent. But if you fold this scene into the radiation theory, the comedy acquires a shadow. Burns's diseases are not maintaining their equilibrium through any natural process. The weekly radiation treatments are doing it. The treatments function not as a cure for any individual disease, but as a management system for the entire ecosystem of illness living inside his body. They keep every disease in exactly the right state of activation, perfectly balanced against every other, preventing any single condition from gaining dominance. It is nuclear maintenance. Burns's body is a reactor. His diseases are the competing forces inside it. And his weekly treatments are the equivalent of adjusting the control rods, carefully managing the balance of forces to prevent any single element from going critical and ending the whole system. Remove the treatments and the equilibrium fails. Every disease surges simultaneously, and a man who is indestructible through impossible biological balance becomes, almost instantly, the sickest person on the planet, with nothing keeping any of his conditions in check. This is why Smithers is not merely loyal. Loyalty does not fully explain the relationship between Smithers and Burns, though loyalty is certainly part of it. Smithers manages Burns's schedule. He ensures every appointment is kept. He monitors Burns's physical condition with an attention to detail that borders on obsession and goes well beyond what a devoted personal assistant would typically provide. Smithers knows exactly how the medical protocol works. He knows when each treatment is due. He knows the signs of deterioration when a treatment is approaching or overdue. He has built his entire professional and personal life around the management of a man who requires this level of attention, not because of kindness, but because the alternative is a death that could come within a single week of one missed appointment. This knowledge is the true foundation of their relationship. Burns, for all his power, is completely dependent on Smithers' logistical competence. Not emotionally dependent, biologically dependent. Without Smithers managing the schedule, Burns would miss a treatment. The equilibrium would fail. And everything Burns has built, the empire, the plant, the centuries of accumulated wealth and power, would lose its architect. Smithers is not devoted to Burns out of some complex personal attachment, though the show has built that element of the relationship over many seasons. Smithers is devoted because he understands that his absence is a literal death sentence, and that understanding is its own form of power, a quiet, never-stated, completely understood leverage that exists in every interaction between them. Now let us look at what Burns has told us about his history. Gently, the way you might leaf through an old journal. Not in a hurry, just letting the pages turn. Howard Hughes. Burns has referenced a personal acquaintance with Howard Hughes, the industrialist and eccentric billionaire who died in 1976. This is not presented as historical knowledge. It is presented as the casual recollection of someone who knew the man. Yale University. Burns attended Yale. The show places this attendance in the early 20th century, in a period when Yale's social composition and academic culture were very different from what they became in later decades. Burns references his time there as lived experience, with the specific, texture-rich recall of actual memory rather than the flatter quality of secondhand information. World War II. Burns served. His role was, as the show notes with characteristic understatement, morally questionable at best. He stole a $1 trillion bill from the United States government during the war and kept it hidden for decades. He has described the war not as history, but as an event he participated in, with the particular perspective of someone who was there. And deeper in the timeline than any of this, Burns's family. The Burns dynasty, as the show constructs it across scattered episodes and passing references, is not simply an old American family. It is one of the oldest and most consistently powerful lineages in American history. Their wealth predates the Industrial Revolution. Their influence shaped the development of American infrastructure in the 19th century. They were not merely wealthy. They were the kind of wealthy that builds things and then charges everyone else to use what they built. The kind of wealthy that exists so far above the legal and regulatory systems that the concept of accountability becomes, in practice, theoretical. Burns inherited this legacy and has maintained it for well over a century. He did not build an empire. He extended one that was already ancient when he took control of it, which raises a question the show never directly poses but leaves lying in the space between episodes. Is Burns unique? Or has the Burns family always found ways to extend the lifespans of its patriarchs beyond what biology normally allows? Before nuclear radiation, before modern medicine, before any of the technological infrastructure that currently keeps Burns alive, did earlier Burns family members employ different methods to the same end? The continuity of a dynasty across centuries does not happen through normal generational succession. Parents die and children inherit, and the children grow old and die and the next generation inherits, and somewhere in that normal biological cycle, the dynasty loses its coherence. The specific institutional knowledge and personal relationships and deeply held grudges that give a family its distinctive character dissipate across generations in the way that any complex system tends toward entropy without active maintenance. The Burns dynasty has not dissipated. The same ruthlessness, the same strategic brilliance, the same willingness to use people and discard them, the same relationship with power that treats it as a natural resource to be extracted rather than a responsibility to be exercised. These are not traits that pass cleanly from parent to child through inheritance. These are traits that belong to a specific person. The question hovers, unanswered, in the background. Has the same man been running this dynasty for most of its history? The show does not say, but it builds its version of Burns with enough care and enough internal consistency that the question feels earned rather than speculative. Burns is not just old. Burns is the kind of old that feels like a different category of existence from ordinary human aging. And then there's the way Burns relates to death. Burns has come closer to dying than almost any other character in the show. He has been shot, hospitalized dozens of times for conditions that should be fatal, collapsed, fallen, been attacked, been poisoned, been abandoned in the wilderness by parties who assumed his frailty made him helpless. And every single time he comes back, not through the cartoon resilience that explains Homer's survival record, not through luck or the show's need to maintain its status quo. Burns comes back through infrastructure, through money, through the same machinery of wealth and influence that he has spent a century building, specifically because he understood, earlier than most, that the only thing that stands between a powerful person and death is the ability to summon, on demand, the full resources of accumulated power. Homer's immortality is passive. He survives because the show needs him to survive, and because his mutated biology makes survival easier than it should be. Burns's immortality is engineered. It is the deliberate, ongoing product of a man who decided a very long time ago that dying was not going to be permitted to happen to him, and who spent the intervening century building the systems necessary to make that decision stick. Every dollar he has ever earned, every institution he has ever corrupted, every politician he has ever purchased, every doctor he has ever retained, every research program he has ever funded, every pharmaceutical development his private resources have supported, all of it, the entire accumulation of a century and a half of wealth and power, serves one function above all others: keep Burns alive, keep the treatments coming, keep the diseases balanced, keep the reactor running. Because if Burns dies, the system he built to maintain his survival dies with him, and empires do not allow themselves to die. There is one more piece of the Burns immortality puzzle that deserves attention in the quiet of this particular hour, when the defenses are down and the mind is open to the weight of slow, patient ideas. Springfield needs Burns. This is the detail that closes the loop in a way that makes the whole picture feel genuinely dark rather than merely strange. The town's economy depends on the power plant. The power plant depends on Burns. Burns depends on the treatments. The treatments depend on the wealth the plant generates. It is a closed loop, a self-sustaining system where the man and the machine and the money feed each other in a cycle that has no obvious exit point. Springfield cannot kill Burns because Springfield cannot survive without Burns. And Burns cannot die because dying would mean the system he constructed finally has to answer for what it has been doing to the people living inside it. The contaminated water, the cracked cooling towers, the 342 violations, the human skeletons in the basement that nobody asked about. All of it, every consequence of what the plant has been doing to Springfield since before most of its current residents were born, is held in abeyance by Burns's continued survival. While Burns lives, the machine continues. While the machine continues, the town has power. And while the town has power, the residents do not have to confront the price they have been paying for it. Burns is not immortal. He is something more unsettling than immortal. He is too expensive to die. And Springfield will keep paying the bill for as long as he keeps the lights on, which, if his treatment schedule holds, will be forever. Section 5, the town that voted for the lie, the principal and the pauper, collective denial theory. There is an episode of The Simpsons that fans talk about with a particular kind of bitterness that goes beyond the usual complaints about quality decline. Not irritation, not disappointment, bitterness. The specific emotional register of people who feel that something they trusted has betrayed them in a way that cannot be undone. The episode is called The Principal and the Pauper. It aired on September 28, 1997. It is Season 9, Episode 2, and it has been cited consistently for nearly 30 years as the moment The Simpsons stopped caring about its own continuity. The moment it betrayed the audience's trust. The moment the show acknowledged, by its own actions, that nothing in its universe was actually stable. Harry Shearer, the voice actor who plays Principal Skinner among many other characters, publicly expressed his displeasure with the storyline. It was ranked among the worst episodes in the series by critics and fans. The backlash was immediate and has never fully faded. But here's what I want you to consider in the calm and quiet of wherever you are right now as the night moves around you. What if the fans have been reading the betrayal backwards? What if this episode did not break The Simpsons? What if it revealed what The Simpsons had always been? What if all the continuity errors, all the forgotten catastrophes, all the reset buttons and blank slate mornings that follow world-altering events were not lazy writing but symptoms? And what if this episode is the one time the show let you watch the mechanism in real time? Let us look at what actually happens. Springfield Elementary holds a ceremony honoring Principal Seymour Skinner's 20 years of service to the school. The community has gathered, the speeches are made, and in the middle of the celebration, a stranger walks in. He is a man nobody in Springfield recognizes. He introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner, the real Seymour Skinner, a decorated Vietnam War veteran who was captured as a prisoner of war and held in Southeast Asia. He was believed dead. He escaped. And he came home to discover that someone else had been living his life for the past 2 decades. The Principal Skinner that Springfield has known for 20 years is not Seymour Skinner. His real name is Armin Tamzarian. Before Vietnam, Tamzarian was a street punk, a petty criminal from the margins of society with no trajectory and no meaningful identity. He was drafted, served in the same unit as the real Skinner, and was present when Skinner was captured. When Skinner was presumed dead, Tamzarian felt the weight of guilt that sometimes settles on people who survive situations that killed someone they were responsible for. He traveled to Springfield to deliver the news of Skinner's death to Agnes, the man's mother. But when he arrived, Agnes looked at him and assumed he was her son. She needed him to be her son. She was grieving and alone, and the stranger standing in her doorway was the closest thing to what she was waiting for. Tamzarian, who had never been wanted by anyone, who had never had a family or a home or an identity that felt real enough to defend, simply allowed it. He stepped into Seymour Skinner. He took the name and the rank and the life and the mother, and he built 20 years of Springfield reality out of a stolen identity. Until the real Skinner walked through the door. And now we arrive at the part that the fans responded to with such intensity. Because the show does something extraordinary with the consequences of this revelation. Springfield holds a town meeting. Both men are present. The truth is fully, publicly, undeniably established. Everyone in Springfield knows that their principal is an imposter. They know his real name. They know his actual history. They know that the man who has been running their children's school for 2 decades, who has attended every community event, who has been a fixture of their collective civic life, is not who he claimed to be. And the town votes, not on whether to prosecute Tamzarian for the fraud, not on whether to help the real Skinner reclaim his stolen identity. They vote on whether to acknowledge the truth at all. The verdict is unanimous. They choose to keep the lie. Judge Snyder issues a legal decree. The imposter is officially recognized as the real Skinner. The actual Seymour Skinner, the genuine article, the decorated veteran who survived a prisoner of war camp and came home to find his life occupied by someone else, is physically removed from Springfield, tied to a railroad car, expelled from the community, and the judge makes it explicitly, formally, legally illegal to ever mention the truth again, under penalty of torture. Let that settle gently for a moment, the way it does when you stop trying to make it funny and just look at it directly. A town collectively voted to exile truth and replace it with comfortable fiction. They had the real person standing in front of them. They had irrefutable proof that the official narrative was wrong. And they chose the narrative. They chose the lie, codified the lie in law, and expelled the man whose mere presence threatened it. Fans hated this episode because it destroyed continuity. It revealed that everything they thought they knew about a character they cared about was built on a fiction. It felt like the show pulling the rug out from under decades of emotional investment in a character who turned out to be a fabrication. But step back from the continuity complaint for a moment and look at what the episode is actually depicting. It is depicting Springfield in its truest form. Because Springfield has always done this. The town has always chosen comfortable lies over uncomfortable truths. It has always agreed, through some unspoken social contract, to forget whatever does not fit the story it needs to tell about itself. The difference between this episode and every other Springfield reset is not that it happened. It is that the show let you watch it happen explicitly, out in the open, with a vote and a legal decree and a man tied to a train. Every other time the town forgets a catastrophe, it happens off-screen, between episodes, while the credits roll. The disaster ends, and the next episode begins, and nobody mentions it. The show calls this episodic storytelling. The coma theory calls it a dreaming brain resetting between cycles. The radiation theory calls it the cognitive effect of chronic neurological damage. The principal in The Pauper offers a fourth explanation. Springfield resets because the town chooses to reset, collectively, deliberately, not through amnesia and not through radiation and not through dream logic. Through active, conscious, community-wide decision-making. They hold the vote, they issue the decree, they make it illegal to remember. And anyone who insists on the truth, anyone who will not participate in the collective construction of the agreed-upon reality, gets tied to a train. This is not a cartoon trope. This is not a convenient device for avoiding continuity. This is a detailed, accurate description of how real communities handle inconvenient truths. Small towns, which is what Springfield has always been beneath its impossible scale, have a particular capacity for collective denial, the kind of capacity that develops over generations of close proximity, where everyone knows everyone and the social fabric is fragile enough that certain threads cannot be pulled without the whole thing unraveling. In that environment, the truth is not always the community's most important asset. Stability is. The story everyone agrees on is. The version of events that allows the town to continue functioning without confronting what it would have to confront if it looked directly at certain things. Scandals get buried, crimes get forgotten, uncomfortable histories get rewritten until the official version is the only version that survives. People who refuse to accept the official version get labeled as troublemakers, as people who want to cause problems, as people who do not care about the community, as people who need to be expelled if the community is going to survive. The real Seymour Skinner is Springfield's canary in the coal mine. He is a man who showed up carrying proof that the official story was a lie. And the community's response was not gratitude for the truth. It was the criminalization of the truth and the exile of the person who brought it. Now apply this mechanism to everything else we have discussed. If the radiation is real, if the plant has been poisoning the community for decades, this is how that secret has been kept. Not through external suppression, not through Burns controlling every conversation, through the community's own investment in not knowing. Because if they acknowledge the radiation, they have to acknowledge everything the radiation has done. If they acknowledge that, they have to confront Burns. If they confront Burns, the economy collapses. If the economy collapses, the town dies. So they forget. They vote to forget. They make forgetting the law. If the mutations are real, if the yellow skin and the 4 fingers and the impossible survival rates are symptoms rather than aesthetic choices, this mechanism explains why nobody in Springfield has ever treated them as symptoms, because treating them as symptoms would require asking what caused them. And the answer to that question is standing on the hill above the town, steaming quietly with its cracked cooling towers and its luminous rats and its 342 documented violations. If the coma theory is true, this episode carries a darker weight still. If everything since season 4 is Homer's dream, then the dream world itself has invented a scenario in which an entire community votes to sustain a lie because the dreamer needs to believe it is possible. Homer's coma is a lie. The version of his life that the dream maintains is a fiction replacing the reality of a hospital bed. And the only way the dream can continue, the only way Homer can stay in the version of his life that his unconscious mind is constructing, is if the town around him accepts the fiction and refuses to name it for what it is. In the dream, the town votes to support the lie. Because if the dream can produce a community that makes truth illegal, it can also produce a community that looks at an unconscious man in a hospital bed dreaming a cartoon life and agrees, unanimously, not to say what they see. There is a moment near the end of The Principal and the Pauper that deserves its own quiet attention. The actual Seymour Skinner, the real one, the man whose identity was stolen and whose life was occupied and who came home to find all of this after surviving things that most people do not survive, is being loaded onto the railroad car that will carry him out of Springfield. He does not fight it particularly. He does not rage against the injustice in the way you might expect. He accepts it with a kind of tired equanimity that reads, if you let it, not as defeat, but as recognition. He has seen how Springfield works now. He understands the social contract. And he is, at some level, not surprised that the truth lost. Because the truth almost always loses in places like Springfield. Not because the people are uniquely cruel, because the people need their story. Because the story is what holds them together. Because losing the story, even the wrong story, even the story built on a stolen identity and a fabricated history and 20 years of sustained deception, is more frightening than losing the truth. The real Skinner gets on the train. Springfield exhales. The official narrative resumes. And The Simpsons continues, as it always does, as if the whole thing never happened. Because in Springfield, that is not denial. That is how you survive. Section 6. The Baby in the Shadows. Maggie Simpson's secret intelligence. She is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for 36 years. She has never walked without falling. She has never formed a complete sentence. She communicates primarily through pacifier sounds and a vocabulary of facial expressions that most of the adults around her have never learned to read correctly. She is, by every surface measurement, the least consequential member of the Simpson family. The baby, the one who needs to be fed and carried and watched and protected. The one who is always in someone's arms or someone's peripheral vision, dependent, quiet, present without being active. She is also, by the weight of the evidence the show has accumulated across 3.5 decades, the most capable person on Evergreen Terrace. And she has spent 36 years making absolutely certain that nobody figures this out. Let us start with the shooting, because it is unavoidable and because even accepting the official verdict for the sake of argument, the aftermath, tells you something important about who Maggie is. A baby was identified as the person who shot the richest, most powerful, most politically connected man in Springfield. The police investigated. The evidence was examined. Chief Wiggum, in one of the more honest moments of his professional life, concluded that a baby had committed an act of violence against a grown man, and that there was nothing to be done about it. His reasoning was simple and correct. No jury in the world would convict a baby. And so the case closed around Maggie the way water closes around a stone. Quietly, completely, and with no lasting disturbance on the surface. Now look at the last shot of the episode. The room has emptied. Everyone has left. Maggie is alone, and she looks around, deliberately, checking the corners, making sure nobody is watching. And only when she has confirmed that she is unobserved does she move her pacifier in a motion that mimics the pulling of a trigger. This is the moment the show presents as a cute, slightly dark coda. The baby did it, and she knows she did it. Ha! But look at the sequence of behaviors required to produce that moment. She waited until the room was empty. She surveyed her environment to confirm there were no observers. She confirmed her solitude before performing the gesture. And only then, in verified privacy, did she allow herself to reenact what happened. These are not infant behaviors. These are not the reflexive, undirected actions of a 1-year-old brain that does not yet have the architecture for self-awareness. These behaviors require situational awareness. Memory of the event. Understanding that the gesture carries significance. Understanding that performing it in front of others would have consequences. Understanding the difference between observed and unobserved space and the strategic value of acting only in the latter. A 1-year-old child does not possess these capabilities. Maggie is not a 1-year-old child. Or rather, Maggie is something that occupies the body of a 1-year-old child, while containing something that goes considerably further than that development stage normally allows. The 2012 theatrical short film, The Longest Daycare, is the most concentrated evidence for this reading. 7 minutes. Nominated for an Academy Award for Animated Short Film. Screened in cinemas before Ice Age, Continental Drift. 7 minutes of Maggie Simpson demonstrating cognitive and strategic capabilities that would be remarkable in a trained adult professional, let alone a baby who cannot reliably walk from one end of a room to the other. The setup? Maggie is dropped at a daycare facility run with authoritarian efficiency. She encounters a caterpillar about to transform into a butterfly. A bully, an older baby named Gerald, who has appeared in the show as Maggie's rival since nearly the beginning, wants to destroy it. Maggie decides to protect it. What follows is a 7-minute sequence of Maggie executing a multi-phase operation against the daycare's security systems, the staff's oversight routines, and the bully's attempts at destruction. She does not stumble into success. She reads the environment methodically. She identifies threats in order of priority. She develops solutions that account for multiple variables simultaneously. She adapts when plans fail. She improvises under pressure with the specific, directed quality of someone whose improvisation is guided by clear objectives rather than random reaction. And she does all of this while physically limited to the motor skills of an infant. Her body can barely keep pace with her mind. She falls. She crawls when she should be running. She is constrained by physics that apply differently to her than her intentions would prefer. But her decision-making is flawless. Every choice is correct. Every strategy is optimal. Her mind compensates completely for every limitation her body imposes. What the film depicts is a profound, irreconcilable gap between Maggie's cognitive capacity and her developmental stage. Her body is 1 year old. Something else is running the body. The show has directly tested Maggie's intelligence on multiple occasions. The results vary because the show's internal consistency is not its strongest feature, but the pattern that emerges is coherent. In every episode where Maggie's intelligence is examined in any way, the result is the same. It is off the charts. It is extraordinary. It exceeds what the available measurement tools can reliably quantify. The show plays this for quick comedy and moves on. A brief beat about the remarkable baby, a laugh, a cut to the next scene. Never a sustained investigation of what this means. Never a moment where the family stops and says, "We have an infant with the intelligence of a genius, and perhaps we should pay attention to this." The family does not pay attention to this, and here is where the theory becomes genuinely interesting. Because the family's failure to notice is not negligence, it is information. It tells you something about both the family and about Maggie. Look at what happens to the intelligent women in this family. Lisa Simpson is brilliant. This is established as clearly as anything in the show. Lisa is a musical prodigy, an intellectual, a child with a depth of understanding and a range of concern that puts most adults around her to shame. She cares about justice and beauty and the world in ways that Springfield systematically fails to accommodate or appreciate. She is, by any measure, the most intellectually gifted person in her household. And what has that intelligence gotten her? Isolation. The exhaustion of being the only person in the room who sees what she sees. The loneliness of having capacity that the people around you cannot quite reach. The particular suffering of someone who understands a problem clearly and watches the people around her refuse to understand it. Not because they cannot, but because understanding it would require them to do something about it. Lisa speaks up. She gets dismissed. She challenges the status quo. She gets labeled as difficult. She tries to improve the world around her, and the world pushes back with a force proportional to how much the improvement threatens its existing arrangements. Lisa's intelligence is her greatest gift and her greatest curse. She wears it on the outside. She announces herself as someone who thinks clearly and cares deeply and intends to act on what she sees. And the world, Springfield and elsewhere, makes her pay for that announcement every single day. Maggie watched this. Maggie has been watching this since the day she was born. She has been present, in her characteristic quiet, in the background of episode after episode, observing what happens to her sister. She has watched Lisa fight every day for recognition and receive resistance. She has watched the most intellectually capable person in the family be consistently, reliably, almost systematically marginalized by a community that cannot tolerate what she represents. And Maggie learned the opposite lesson. Not Lisa's lesson, which is to keep fighting regardless of the cost, because what is right matters more than what is easy. Maggie learned that fighting is expensive. That visibility is a liability. That the more you announce what you are, the more the world organizes itself against you. Maggie learned that silence is armor. Silence means you do not get dismissed. Silence means you do not get labeled. Silence means you are never called difficult or threatening or too much. Silence means the people around you construct a version of you that they are comfortable with, a blank, dependent, ordinary baby. And they do not look past it because looking past the version of you they have constructed would require them to see something they are not prepared for. Invisibility is power. The less they notice you, the more you can accomplish. Think about what Maggie has accomplished from that position. She shot a billionaire and walked. Not because she was acquitted, because she was never charged. Because the assumption that a baby could not possibly be a serious actor in a violent event meant that the real investigation, the one that might have arrived at truth, was never fully conducted. She was protected not by law but by expectation. She led a rebellion in a daycare facility against an authoritarian caretaker and succeeded. She did this while the adult staff watched because the staff did not register the organizational activity happening among the infants as organizational activity. They saw babies doing baby things. They did not see a coordinated operation because they did not believe babies were capable of coordination. She has saved her family from multiple life-threatening situations through interventions that are only noticed after the fact, if at all. The family tends to assume that things worked out and move on. They do not trace the working out back to its source. She has solved problems that have defeated every adult in her vicinity, and in almost every case, the adults around her did not notice that the solution came from the baby in the corner. Maggie's endgame is the last genuinely unsolved mystery of the Simpson family. What is she waiting for? The show has never answered this. She is the only character whose arc has never had a resolution, whose future has never been definitively sketched, even in the flash-forward episodes the show occasionally produces. Lisa's future has been imagined, at least partially. Bart's future has been suggested. Homer and Marge's trajectory is implied by the arc of every episode. But Maggie's future is a complete unknown, a sealed door. And behind that door, behind 36 years of deliberate, strategic silence, something is thinking. Something is watching the family and the town and the show's world with an intelligence that nobody suspects and nobody could contain. The radiation theory, which we spent time with at the beginning of this night, offers one framework for understanding Maggie's capabilities. If Springfield's contaminated environment creates biological mutations, and if those mutations affect each person differently, then Homer and Maggie represent opposite ends of the spectrum. Homer's mutation diminished his intelligence, suppressed his cognitive function, reduced him to a state of permanent fog. Maggie's mutation amplified hers, supercharged it, produced something in the direction of genius from the same environmental cause that produced disability in her father. Same contaminated water, same irradiated air, same cracked cooling towers leaking into the same atmosphere. Two very different results. Homer is what happens when the mutation takes something away. Maggie is what happens when the mutation gives something extraordinary. They are two sides of the same radioactive coin, living in the same house, eating at the same table, breathing the same Springfield air. And the coma theory gives this dynamic a layer of emotional meaning that is almost unbearable to look at directly. If Homer is dreaming, if everything the show has produced since April of 1993 is the interior monologue of a man lying unconscious in a hospital bed, then Maggie's genius is not a mutation. It is a prayer. It is the projection of a father who cannot see his child grow up, who cannot watch her develop, who cannot know what kind of person she will become. Homer's dreaming brain, unable to witness Maggie's actual development, gives her everything, makes her extraordinary, makes her capable of things no baby could actually do. Because the father who cannot be there for her needs to believe, somewhere in the deep animal certainty of his unconscious mind, that she will be all right without him, that she can handle whatever comes, that she does not need his protection because she is already more capable than anything the world will throw at her. Maggie's genius is the love of an absent father, made manifest in a dream. But back in Springfield, in the waking world that may or may not still exist, there is a darker reading. Maggie does not speak because speaking gets you nothing in this town. She does not reveal her intelligence because intelligence is punished here. She watches everything. She remembers everything. She understands everything that passes through her field of observation. And she waits. For what? The show has never told us. For the right moment. For the right provocation. For the threshold that, once crossed, justifies whatever she has been building toward in 36 years of deliberate, strategic, perfectly maintained silence. She is 1 year old. She cannot walk without falling. She is the most powerful person on Evergreen Terrace. And she has not yet decided what to do about it. Section 7. The Mother They Buried Alive. The Mona Simpson Conspiracy. To understand Homer Simpson, the whole of him, the comedy and the tragedy and the particular way he moves through his world with a combination of obliviousness and desperate need for love that is both funny and heartbreaking, you need to understand the absence at the center of his childhood. Not Abe. Abe was there in the cold, withholding, occasionally absurd way that Abe is consistently there throughout the show. Homer's father is a presence, however imperfect. It is the other one. The mother. The woman who was supposed to be there and was not. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer's mother was dead. This was not a mystery to be solved. It was established fact, communicated in backstory references, present in the texture of who Homer is as an adult. She died when he was young. Abe told him so. There was a grave. Homer mourned. He grew up with the specific wound that comes from growing up without a mother, which is a different wound from every other kind. That wound shaped everything about Homer. His desperate, almost comical need to be loved. His terror of abandonment. His clingy devotion to Marge, the specific quality of his gratitude for her patience, which goes beyond ordinary affection into something that speaks of a man who has never fully believed that he deserves to be stayed with. His willingness to absorb humiliation from his employer without consequence, year after year, because the alternative, losing the one stable anchor he has found, is more frightening than any indignity. Homer Simpson's entire emotional architecture is a coping mechanism for a motherless childhood. And then in season 7, the show revealed that the death was a lie. The episode is called Mother Simpson. It is one of the most beloved episodes in the show's history, widely cited as an example of the series operating at the peak of its emotional capability. It aired on November 19, 1995. The setup begins with Homer faking his own death to avoid working on a Saturday, an entirely believable Homer motivation. He pushes a dummy off a cliff near the power plant and is declared dead by the town. Marge insists he go to the Hall of Records to correct the error, and when Homer arrives to restore his official existence, he finds something in the records that reorders the furniture of his entire life. His mother is alive. She has been alive for the entirety of his life. The grave Abe showed him was not hers. It belonged to Walt Whitman, the poet. For Homer's entire childhood, his entire adolescence, his entire adult life, his father had been directing his grief toward a famous writer's headstone while his mother was somewhere else, alive, unable to come home. Homer finds her at the cemetery, visiting what she believes is her son's grave, grieving a man who has been standing in front of her for 20 years without either of them knowing it. They recognize each other. They have a reunion that is genuinely, specifically, carefully emotional in a way that the show does not always reach for. A grown man and his mother, separated for 27 years, finding each other beside a headstone that belongs to neither of them. And then Mona tells him why. The story goes back to 1969. Mona Simpson, at that point Mona Olson, wife of Abraham Simpson, mother of young Homer, was by all visible measurements an ordinary Springfield housewife. Married, settled, raising a child. Contained within the domestic boundaries that Springfield in 1969 had arranged for women of her description. And then something changed. The world outside was burning, in the particular way that 1969 burned. The civil rights movement was reshaping the country's understanding of itself. The anti-war movement was mobilizing in ways that made the political personal and the personal dangerous. The counterculture was asking questions about the assumptions underlying American domestic life, including the assumption that the life of a Springfield housewife was the correct allocation of a person's capabilities. Mona was radicalized. She joined a group of activists. The show presents them with its characteristic comedic framing, calling them hippies, allowing the visual gags that come with depicting 1960s countercultural aesthetics. But it also makes something clear. Their cause was legitimate. They were not chaos for chaos's sake. They had a target and a reason. That target was a biological weapons laboratory owned by Mr. Burns. Let that land for a moment, gently, without rushing past it. Burns did not just own a nuclear power plant with 342 safety violations. He owned a germ warfare facility, a laboratory in Springfield, in the same town where Homer was growing up, designed and operating to produce weapons-grade biological agents. In a neighborhood where children went to school and families bought groceries, and people assumed the air they breathed was ordinary air. Burns was manufacturing weaponized pathogens in the middle of a residential community. Mona and her group broke into the laboratory. They carried what the show describes as an antibiotic bomb, a device designed not to harm people but to destroy the biological agents stored in the facility. They wanted to end the program, not to hurt anyone. During the raid, they accidentally cured the asthma of the facility's security guard, who happened to be Clancy Wiggum, the man who would later become chief of police in Springfield. The raid succeeded. The biological agents were destroyed. But Mona made one mistake. As the group fled, she stopped to help someone who had been knocked down in the chaos of the evacuation. She helped them up. She made sure they were not injured. The person she stopped to help was Mr. Burns. He saw her face. He identified her. He reported her to the FBI. And from that moment forward, Mona Simpson was a fugitive. She could not go home. She could not contact her family. She could not hold her son. She could not explain anything to anyone because explanation would mean exposure. And exposure meant prosecution, and prosecution meant imprisonment. And none of those outcomes served the people she was trying to protect. So she left. Quietly, in the night. She kissed her sleeping son and disappeared. And Homer woke up and his mother was gone. And Abe, for whatever complex reasons Abe possessed, told Homer she was dead. And Homer spent the next 27 years of his life in the particular fog of grief and self-doubt and desperate love-seeking that comes from believing your mother looked at you and chose not to stay. Now watch how the conspiracy builds. Burns did not simply report Mona to authorities and consider his involvement concluded. Burns pursued her, actively and personally for decades. He maintained a grudge against a woman who had destroyed one of his enterprises with the specific, patient, resources unlimited quality of a man who has more than enough wealth and time to indulge his retaliations. When Mona returns to Springfield in Season 7, Burns spots her through a cab window. He recognizes her, this woman he saw briefly in 1969, and the recognition is immediate and certain. He calls the authorities. The FBI arrives at the Simpson house. Mona has to flee again. Homer has to say goodbye to his mother for the second time. And this time he knows why she left. He knows who forced her out. He knows that the man who destroyed his family is his own employer. That he has been collecting his paychecks from the person who stole his mother. That every morning he drives to work and swipes his badge at the nuclear power plant. He is entering the empire of the man responsible for making him the specific, emotionally damaged, motherless person he became. And Homer does not connect these dots. He does not confront Burns. He does not quit. He does not even seem to fully process the connection between the name on his paycheck and the name in his family's ruined history. And this is not played as comedy. Not primarily. It is played as what it is, which is tragedy. The specific, quiet tragedy of a person who does not have the cognitive architecture to understand the structure of his own suffering. Homer cannot make this connection not because he chooses not to, but because his brain does not work that way. The fog, the crayon, the radiation, the accumulated damage of a life lived in Springfield has left him incapable of the kind of systemic thinking that would let him trace his own wounds back to their source. But the show can, and the show does. Here is the architecture of what Burns did. When he drove Mona underground in 1969, Burns did not just harm one woman. He engineered a child's development. Homer Simpson grew up without a mother because of Burns. And the specific psychological damage that a motherless childhood produces in a person of Homer's disposition produced exactly the kind of adult that a man like Burns finds most useful. Compliant, desperate for approval, incapable of challenging authority, terrified of abandonment, grateful for any scrap of stability. The kind of man who will absorb years of being humiliated by his own employer and never leave because leaving means risking the one source of security he has found in a life that has never felt completely secure. Burns did not accidentally end up with Homer as his safety inspector. Burns built the conditions for Homer to be exactly who he is. By destroying the family that Homer needed in order to develop into a different kind of person, Burns produced the exact employee his operation required. And the show confirms this reading in a later episode when it reveals that Abe Simpson and Burns had a formal agreement. Burns had committed a crime and Abe had discovered it. In exchange for Abe's silence, Burns guaranteed that Homer would have a job at the plant. Permanently. Regardless of performance, regardless of how many mistakes Homer made, or how many documented incidents of negligence accumulated in his file. 742 documented errors. And Homer was never permanently terminated because the deal Abe made with Burns protected him. Homer's job security was not cartoon convenience. It was a contractual obligation between his grandfather and the man who ruined his family. Brokered in secret, maintained in silence. Never explained to Homer because explaining it would mean explaining everything. The biological weapons program, Mona's activism, the FBI pursuit, the 27 years of a stolen childhood, the entire architecture of a family's destruction, carried out by a single man's grudge and never examined out loud. Homer's mother was a radical who fought against a billionaire's weapons program. That billionaire retaliated by destroying her family. Her husband covered the truth and made a deal with the enemy. Her son grew up believing he was worthless and became cognitively impaired through environmental poisoning and physical brain damage and spent his entire adult life working for the man who took his mother away. 3 generations of Simpsons broken by one man's grudge. Mona eventually dies. Her death scene is unlike most of what the show produces. There is no joke, no cutaway, no reset. Just a man sitting beside his mother, holding her hand, watching her leave for the last time. The weight of 27 stolen years pressing down on both of them in a hospital room while Springfield continues, oblivious, outside the window. The show proved in the Crown episode that without the fog, Homer is someone else. Someone capable and articulate and aware. Someone who could see his life clearly for the first time and find it beautiful and painful and real in a way he could not access in the dulled version of himself. The man Homer could have been. The man he would have been if his mother had been able to stay. If Burns had not intervened when Homer was 6 years old, is still inside there somewhere. Trapped behind a crayon and a lifetime of damage. Homer chose to put the crayon back. But the choice was never really free. You cannot freely choose a fog that has been arranged around you since childhood. You can only navigate within it. Burns did not just take Homer's mother. He took Homer's potential. The horizon of who Homer could have become, the person that potential would have built, was taken before Homer was old enough to understand that something was being taken. And in the end, as it always does in Springfield, the man with the money won. Burns won. He always wins. The woman who fought him lost everything. The man who dealt with him buried the truth. The child they were both ostensibly protecting inherited the consequences without ever understanding them. And somewhere in that accounting is a question the show leaves unanswered and perhaps unanswerable. If Homer had known, if he had grown up with the full truth of what his employer had done to his family, what would have happened? Not to his employment, not to the power plant, to him, to Homer, to the particular person he is. Would the grief have been bearable? Would understanding the source of his suffering have made the suffering lighter? Or would knowing simply have given the fog a name without dissolving it? The show does not say. It never could, because answering that question would require giving Homer something the show is constitutionally unable to give him. A different life. Section 8. The predictions nobody asked for, The Simpsons in the future. There is a specific kind of internet phenomenon that The Simpsons produces with reliable frequency. Someone digs up an old episode and clips a scene from it. The clip goes viral. and within hours, thousands of people are sharing it with some variation of the same caption. The Simpsons predicted this. The predictions. The idea that a cartoon sitcom from Springfield that has been airing since 1989 has been accurately, sometimes eerily, sometimes disturbingly accurately, forecasting real-world events for over 3 decades. It is one of the most talked about aspects of the show's cultural footprint, possibly more talked about now than anything else about the series. People who have not watched The Simpsons in 20 years follow its alleged predictions with genuine attention. Let us spend some time in this territory, moving through it slowly, because the truth here is more interesting and more nuanced than either the believers or the debunkers tend to acknowledge. Start with the ones you already know, the headline examples that have been shared so many times they have become cultural shorthand. In the year 2000, an episode called Bart to the Future depicted a version of the future in which Lisa Simpson had become the first female president of the United States. The episode aired 16 years before the 2016 election. In that same episode, the economic mess Lisa inherits from her predecessor is attributed to a previous president. That president is identified as Donald Trump. 16 years before Trump won the 2016 election, The Simpsons depicted a Trump presidency as the outcome of the direction American celebrity culture was traveling. The episode aired. America went in exactly that direction. The internet's response was, and has remained, something close to genuine astonishment. Then there are the others. A 1995 episode showed a device on a character's wrist that functioned like a modern smartwatch, years before consumer smartwatches existed as products. A 1994 episode sent Homer to space with Buzz Aldrin as a crewmate, decades before commercial space tourism became a real industry. A 1998 episode included a visual reference to a mathematical equation that appeared to anticipate the mass of the Higgs boson particle, which would not be experimentally confirmed until 2012. A 1999 episode included Homer, proposing a theory about the shape of the universe that cosmologists would later find supported by radiation pattern data. A 1993 episode called Margin Chains depicted a flu virus spreading from Asia to Springfield, causing mass panic, panic buying, a frantic public health response, and a frantic search for a cure. The episode aired 27 years before COVID-19. During the chaos of the fictional outbreak, the Springfield townspeople accidentally released a swarm of killer bees, which felt retrospectively strange when Asian giant hornets arrived in the United States during the 2020 pandemic and were immediately dubbed murder hornets by a media that had apparently been waiting for the right dangerous insect to name. In 1996, an episode called Homerpalooza included a joke in which Cypress Hill accidentally scheduled the London Symphony Orchestra. That collaboration actually happened in 2024, 28 years after the joke, when Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall. In 1998, the show depicted Disney acquiring 20th Century Fox. That merger happened in 2019. Across dozens of episodes spanning decades, the show depicted video calling before it was widespread. Autocorrect failures before autocorrect existed as a standard feature, and surveillance culture before surveillance culture had been named and understood as the thing it has become. The list continues long enough to fill its own dedicated video, which people have made many times, and which continue to accumulate views because the appetite for this phenomenon does not appear to diminish. Now let us look at what the people who actually make the show say about it. Al John, who has been executive producer on The Simpsons for a significant portion of its run, has addressed the prediction phenomenon directly, and his answer is blunt. If you throw enough darts, you are going to hit some bullseyes. That is his explanation. The show has produced nearly 800 episodes over 36 years. Each episode contains dozens of jokes, references, satirical observations about American culture and technology and politics. When you generate that volume of content over that span of time, some of it will align with future events through statistical probability alone. Producer Bill Oakley, who ran the show during several of its peak seasons, put it more specifically. There are very few cases where The Simpsons actually predicted something. It is mainly coincidence because the episodes are so old that history tends to repeat itself, volume and coincidence and the cyclical nature of human affairs. Organizations like Snopes, which exists specifically to investigate exactly these kinds of claims, have systematically examined the most popular Simpsons predictions and found that the majority of them have straightforward explanations. The enormous output of the show creates a proportionally enormous number of opportunities for coincidences to appear. Most of the apparent predictions are based on trends that were already clearly visible at the time the episodes were written. The writers did not predict, they extrapolated. They read what was already happening and pushed it a few steps forward. The Trump episode did not require supernatural foresight. Trump had been publicly and repeatedly flirting with political candidacy since the late 1980s. His celebrity, his brand, his particular relationship with attention and media, and the idea of outsized personal success, these were established and well-documented aspects of American public life long before 2000. A writer in that year who observed celebrity culture and asked where it was heading could reasonably arrive at the image of a celebrity billionaire in the Oval Office without needing any information unavailable at the time. The Disney-Fox merger did not require prophetic ability. Media consolidation was an accelerating, clearly documented trend in the entertainment industry throughout the 1990s. A writer who observed that trend and followed it to a logical extreme could arrive at a megacorporation absorbing its competitors without stepping outside the bounds of extrapolation. The smartwatch did not require vision. The history of technology is a consistent story of miniaturization and integration. A writer in 1995 who observed the direction of consumer electronics and asked what a wrist-mounted computer might look like was doing the same thing that actual technology designers were doing in their offices at the same time. The Simpsons writing staff is and has historically been one of the most educated in American television. Multiple writers hold advanced degrees from elite universities. Many have backgrounds in mathematics, hard sciences, computer science, political theory, economics. These are not people generating random guesses. They are highly educated, widely read observers of American culture who spend their professional lives studying trends, analyzing patterns, and extrapolating current trajectories to their logical, often absurd conclusions. They are not predicting the future. They are reading the present more carefully than most people do, and then pushing it forward in the direction it is already traveling. And yet, there are cases where the explanation of extrapolation and coincidence starts to feel inadequate, where the specificity of the alignment is precise enough that statistical probability begins to creak under the weight. The Trump prediction did not simply forecast that a celebrity might run for president. It named Trump specifically, and it showed him descending an escalator in a sequence that visually mirrors the actual announcement Trump made in 2015. A detail that goes beyond thematic resonance into something that feels like it requires a more careful look. The Siegfried and Roy episode depicted a white tiger attacking one of the performers during a live show. In 2003, Roy Horn was critically injured by one of the act's white tigers during a performance in Las Vegas. These two events are not linked by general trend or statistical probability. They are linked by specific detail, a specific animal, a specific type of incident, a specific context. These outliers are real. The debunking addresses the majority of the predictions accurately and well. But the outliers remain after the debunking, sitting in the evidence like splinters that will not come out. And this is where the most interesting theory about the predictions lives. Not in the territory of time travel or divine prophecy or government surveillance. In the territory of cultural influence. The Simpsons does not predict the future. The Simpsons shapes the future. Not through magic, through the mechanism of cultural saturation. The Simpsons is one of the most watched, most quoted, most referenced, most deeply embedded pieces of American media ever created. It has been running for longer than most of its current audience has been alive. Its catchphrases have entered the language. Its observations have become part of the cultural infrastructure through which Americans process and understand their own experience. When The Simpsons makes a joke about a Trump presidency, that joke does not exist in isolation. It enters the bloodstream of the culture. It becomes a reference point that millions of people carry with them. It becomes something they think about when they see Trump on the news. It becomes part of the conceptual landscape within which the idea of a Trump presidency is processed and understood and, crucially, normalized. The joke does not predict the future. The joke makes the future feel familiar before it arrives. It primes the cultural imagination. It takes a scenario that would otherwise feel shocking and unprecedented and makes it feel like something that was already in the air, already being discussed, already recognized as a possibility by the show that has been telling us about ourselves for decades. And when the scenario actually materializes, the cultural response is not the shock that the genuine novelty of the event would otherwise produce. The response is recognition. We have seen this before. The Simpsons already did this, which means it was always possible, which means it was never as unprecedented as it seemed. The show does not forecast, it normalizes. It takes the trends that are already in motion and presents them as accomplished facts. And when those facts eventually materialize, the audience experiences a sense of familiarity that feels like prophecy, but is actually the result of having been culturally prepared for the outcome years in advance. The Simpsons did not predict that America would become a place where media consolidation, celebrity politics, surveillance technology, and pharmaceutical anxiety were defining features of daily life. The Simpsons wrote those things into the fabric of American imagination early and clearly enough that when they arrived into a culture that had already been introduced to them. The show held up a mirror for 36 years, and we stared into it so long that we started to resemble what we saw. Springfield is not a prediction of where America was headed. Springfield is a diagnosis of where America already was. The nuclear plant on the hill, the corrupt billionaire who owns the town's economy, the incompetent government that cannot protect its citizens. The population too distracted by its own immediate concerns to notice how thoroughly it is being exploited. The endless cycle of catastrophe and reset. The show just wrote it down first. And here is the final piece, the one worth carrying into sleep tonight. The Simpsons has also made thousands of predictions that did not come true. Jokes about jetpacks that were never built. Predictions about political outcomes that went the other way. Satirical observations about cultural shifts that never materialized. Technology that was imagined and never invented. Nobody shares those. Nobody clips those scenes and puts them on social media with breathless captions about prophecy. They do not exist in the cultural conversation about the show's predictive abilities because we do not remember the misses. We only remember the hits. Confirmation bias is the most reliable engine in the human cognitive system. It does not select for accuracy. It selects for pattern. It finds the hits among the misses and holds them up and says, "Look at this pattern," without acknowledging the vast surrounding landscape of misses that the pattern required to produce even a handful of hits. When you produce 800 episodes over 36 years containing thousands of satirical observations about the trajectory of American culture, and then you run those observations through the confirmation bias engine of the internet, where only the accurate ones survive long enough to be shared and remembered, you end up with a highlight reel that looks like prophecy. It is not prophecy. It is volume filtered by selection. The predictions are not supernatural. They are the natural result of a brilliantly written show running for an impossibly long time, staffed by highly educated observers, producing more satirical content than any other show in television history, and having that content filtered through the most powerful confirmation bias mechanism ever created. But here's the thing about knowing how the trick works. Knowing how it works does not make it less impressive to watch. 800 episodes, 36 years. Thousands of satirical observations about the direction of American life, and enough bullseyes in the target to make even the show's creators occasionally pause and wonder. Even Al Jean, throwing darts and knowing the math, has to stop sometimes and look at what's stuck in the wall. And feel, for just a moment, the thing that logic cannot quite reach. Section 9. The Man Who Dies Every Week, Hans Moleman and Ned Flanders. Let us step away from the center of the story for a moment, away from Homer and Burns and the machinery of the main plot. Let us look at the margins instead, the background, the place where the show hides things it is not ready to say directly. There is a man in Springfield who dies almost every week. You know him if you have watched the show for any length of time. You know him even if you do not know his name. He is small. He is ancient-looking. He is nearly blind, perpetually squinting at a world that is too large and too fast and too indifferent to his existence. He wears glasses with lenses so thick they compress his eyes into two small, overwhelmed dots. He speaks rarely, and when he does, his voice carries the resigned, slightly baffled quality of someone who has been surprised by his own survival one too many times. His name is Hans Moleman, and the show has killed him, by conservative estimate, dozens of times. Not in the Treehouse of Horror Halloween specials, which exist outside the show's canonical reality and where death and resurrection are part of the framework. Not in dream sequences or fantasy cutaways or clearly marked non-canonical moments. In regular episodes, in the main story. In the canonical, continuing universe of Springfield, Hans Moleman has died and returned more times than any character in the history of American animation. He has been hit by cars, crushed under falling objects, struck by lightning, caught in explosions, buried alive, eaten by animals, incinerated. He walked into traffic in one episode and simply ceased to appear in subsequent scenes. And then, without comment, without explanation, without any acknowledgement that the previous episode had established him as dead, he appears again. Background of a crowd shot, standing in line at a shop, attending a town meeting, every single time alive. Every single time nobody notices. The standard explanation, the one that satisfies a casual viewer, is that this is a running gag. Moleman dies a lot. It is funny, do not overthink it. The show uses him as a comic punching bag because his unassuming appearance and his apparent fragility make his repeated destruction both absurd and somehow, in the particular dark register of Simpsons comedy, reliably amusing. But under the framework we have been building tonight, in the quiet space where theories have their most interesting conversations, Moleman's repeated deaths stop being a gag and become evidence. The radiation theory handles Moleman in its own way. If Springfield's contaminated environment creates biological mutations that affect each person differently, then Moleman may represent the most extreme mutation in the entire population. A man whose biology has been so profoundly, so fundamentally altered by decades of exposure that death itself does not stick the way it does for ordinary biological systems. Homer endures damage and heals from it. That is remarkable enough. But Homer does not actually die in return. His survival, however implausible, is presented within the logic of the show as continuous survival. He does not cross the line. Moleman crosses the line, repeatedly, and returns. In this reading, Moleman is what happens when the radiation takes the mutation far enough past ordinary mutation that it breaks through the other side of death and continues. His cells have been altered to a degree that makes them capable of reconstitution after complete biological failure. Death for Moleman is a temporary condition, a disruption in the continuity of his cellular function that his mutated biology can, given enough time between episodes, reverse. This is a darker version of the Three Stooges syndrome that keeps Burns alive. Burns's diseases prevent each other from killing him. Moleman's mutation prevents death itself from being permanent. The coma theory reads Moleman differently, and this reading has its own particular quality. If everything is Homer's dream, Moleman is a background process, a minor character that Homer's unconscious brain generates to populate the edges of Springfield scenes without investing the same maintenance energy it gives to central figures. Homer knows Moleman exists. Homer knows roughly what Moleman looks like. But Homer's brain does not have a fully detailed, carefully maintained simulation of who Moleman is the way it maintains detailed simulations of Marge or Bart or Burns. So Moleman is imprecise. His simulation is loosely held. Occasionally the dream lets him lapse, and when a character lapses in a dream, the result is death. Then the dream reconstructs him from the approximate template and he appears again, alive, in the background, a prop reassembled because the scene needed a prop. Moleman is not a person in this reading. He is a background element that the dream occasionally forgets and then replaces. Then there is the detail about Moleman's age that becomes genuinely strange when you sit with it. In an episode where his age comes up, Moleman states that he is 31 years old. He is visually, in every episode, in every appearance across the entire run of the show, a man who appears to be in his late 80s or early 90s. The gap between his stated age and his apparent age represents catastrophic premature aging of the kind that has no ordinary biological explanation. If he is telling the truth, and there is no reason within the show to believe he is lying, something aged him 4 or 5 decades beyond his actual years. Something that also appears to have made him nearly indestructible despite his fragility. Something that turned a man in his early 30s into someone who looks ancient and dies constantly and keeps coming back. The radiation theory has an answer for this. Accelerated aging is a documented effect of radiation exposure. Combined with a cellular mutation extreme enough to prevent permanent death, Molman's appearance and his survival record are two aspects of the same underlying cause. He is the most irradiated person in Springfield. Everything that made other people yellow-skinned and four-fingered made Molman ancient and unkillable. Now let us move from the margins to someone who lives at the center of the show's emotional world. Someone who deserves more careful attention than the show has generally invited viewers to give him. Ned Flanders. Ned is everything Homer is not. This is established early, maintained consistently, and used as a structural element of the show's comedy across its entire run. Ned is kind where Homer is selfish, generous where Homer is hoarding, devoutly religious where Homer is casually irreverent, physically fit where Homer is physically spectacular in the wrong direction, financially responsible where Homer is financially catastrophic, patient where Homer is impulsive, a good father where Homer is a loving but chaotic one. By any objective measure, Ned is a better person than Homer in every quantifiable way, and the show punishes him for it, relentlessly, systematically, with a consistency that, once you start noticing it, becomes impossible to unsee. Ned's wife Maud was killed at the Springfield Speedway. A t-shirt cannon misfired during a sporting event. The shirts were supposed to be aimed at the bleachers. They were diverted because Homer, seated nearby, dove to avoid the flying projectiles. The shirts hit Maud instead. She was knocked off the bleachers. She died. Homer's selfishness, his specific, characteristic, entirely in-character response to a harmless stadium promotion, literally killed his neighbor's wife. And Ned forgave him, because that is what Ned does. He forgives. He absorbs punishment and responds with grace. He turns the other cheek again and again with the patient consistency of someone who has made a fundamental decision about how to move through a world that is not particularly interested in accommodating his values. But there is a moment in the show that cracks the surface of Ned's apparent saintliness and reveals something more complicated underneath. A hurricane destroys Ned's house. The community mobilizes to rebuild it. The show demonstrates, with characteristic dark humor, that the Springfield residents are not skilled builders. The rebuilt house is structurally nonsensical. It collapses almost immediately. And something in Ned, some support structure that has been underload for a very long time, gives way with it. He snaps. He says things he has been holding inside for years. He names grievances. He identifies every person who has wronged him and says out loud, with a specificity that only comes from long-held memories, exactly what he has absorbed from each of them. And then he is institutionalized, committed to a mental health facility. Because this is what Springfield does with people whose truth-telling becomes too much to manage. And in the facility, the doctor tells Ned something that reframes everything about him. Ned's relentless niceness is not a natural personality trait. It is not who he is. It is what was done to him. Ned was a violent, uncontrollable child. His parents, being people of a specific counterculture generation who did not believe in behavioral discipline as a concept, took him to a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist spent years conditioning the aggression out of him, literally, through behavioral reprogramming, through a sustained, systematic process of punishment and reward designed to suppress a specific emotional response, which was anger, and replace it with its opposite. Ned's kindness is not character. It is programming. It is the caging of a feral child by techniques that did their job too thoroughly and too permanently. Once you know this, everything about Ned reads differently. His patience with Homer is not saintly. It is pathological. He cannot express anger because expressing anger is the one thing his conditioning was specifically designed to prevent. The rage lives inside him. It always has. It has never left. But the architecture of his psychology has been built over it in a way that does not allow it to surface. His faith is not simple spiritual conviction. It is a framework that he needs because without it, without the structure that faith provides, the question of why his life is the way it is becomes genuinely unanswerable in any way that does not lead somewhere terrible. His faith answers the why. It provides a narrative in which suffering has meaning and patience is rewarded. and the people who do the right thing ultimately receive something for their trouble. His forgiveness of Homer after Maude's death is not grace. It is the programmed response of a system that has been built to produce that exact output when the input is harm. He forgives because forgiveness is the only thing his conditioning allows. The alternative, the anger and grief, and perhaps something darker that would be the natural human response to losing his wife through someone else's selfish reflexes, cannot be expressed. It goes back inside. It joins everything else that has been going back inside for decades. The conditioning failed once, during the hurricane episode. And what emerged when it failed was not violence. It was despair. The bottomless, specific despair of a man who has spent his entire life performing goodness and receiving nothing from the performance except the continuation of the performance. Ned Flanders does everything right. God. He lives correctly. He treats people correctly. He maintains his faith and his patience and his generosity with a consistency that most people cannot sustain for a week, let alone a lifetime. He is, by the moral logic of the world he believes he inhabits, the person who should be doing best, the one whose choices should be rewarded, the one whose investment in goodness should produce returns. Instead, he buries his wife. His house collapses. His neighbor, who does everything wrong and suffers no lasting consequences for any of it, continues to stumble through his life with the cheerful, oblivious resilience of someone the universe has decided to indulge. And God talks to Homer. This is perhaps the detail that contains the whole of the Ned Flanders tragedy in a single sentence. God talks to Homer. Not metaphorically, not as a spiritual feeling or an answered prayer or a gentle sense of divine presence in a moment of need. Literally, face to face, conversationally. Homer has had multiple actual, direct conversations with the actual divine being at the center of the faith that Ned has devoted his entire life to. And God has never spoken to Ned. The show makes this explicit. The contrast is not accidental. Homer, who falls asleep in church, who approaches faith with the same casual irreverence he brings to everything else, who has never let his nominal Christianity complicate any of his choices in any meaningful way, gets a direct line to the divine. Ned, who goes to church with genuine devotion, who prays with actual faith, who has built the architecture of his entire life around his relationship with God, gets silence. The drunk who falls asleep in the pew gets a conversation with the creator of the universe. The man who has dedicated his life to that creator gets nothing back. This is not random cruelty from the show's writers. This is a thesis statement about the system Springfield represents. The show is telling you that goodness is not rewarded here. That kindness is not protected. That faith does not guarantee hearing. That the system, whether it is Burns's economic empire or the radiation or the collective denial or the coma or some combination of all of them, does not evaluate behavior and assign outcomes accordingly. It cares about compliance. And Ned is the most compliant man in Springfield. He was made compliant before he was old enough to choose compliance. His compliance is not virtue. It is the result of a doctor in his childhood who built a cage around a feral child's rage and did the job so thoroughly that the child never found the key. Homer does everything wrong, and the world keeps letting him back in. Ned does everything right, and the world keeps taking things from him. They live next door to each other. They have lived next door to each other for 36 years, in houses that face each other, with a hedge between them that serves as the show's most literal visual metaphor. The gap between the man who tries and the man who does not has never once closed. Because in Springfield the gap is structural, it is built into the design of the town. The system needs Homer exactly where he is. Compliant, incapable, grateful, employed at the plant, never asking questions. The system needs Ned exactly where he is too. Absorbing punishment without complaint, providing the community with the illusion that virtue is still a meaningful concept in a place that has been systematically stripping meaning from every concept it touches, serving as the control group in the radiation experiment by demonstrating that even people who do everything right deteriorate in Springfield. Ned and Homer are the town's two poles. What the town does to the man who fails, what the town does to the man who succeeds. The same result, differently administered. This is Springfield. This has always been Springfield, and Hans Moleman will be dead again by next week. Section 10. The town on no map, Springfield's impossible geography. Find Springfield on a map, not a Springfield. There are dozens of those scattered across the American states like seeds from a very common plant. There is a Springfield in Oregon, and a Springfield in Illinois, and a Springfield in Missouri, and a Springfield in Ohio, and in Virginia, and in Massachusetts, and in Tennessee, and in dozens of other states, enough Springfields to suggest that whoever named American towns in the 19th century had a fondness for the combination of spring and field that bordered on compulsion. Find the Springfield. The one with the nuclear plant and the tire fire and the family of five and the donut shop and the monorail that Lyle Landley sold to a town that really should have known better. The one with the harbor and the mountains and the desert and the active volcano all within a short drive of each other. The one where the state border sometimes touches Ohio and sometimes touches Nevada and sometimes touches Maine and sometimes touches Kentucky and sometimes does not seem to touch any identifiable American geography at all. You will not find it. Not because the show has forgotten to tell you where it is, because the show has spent 36 years, with what appears to be active, deliberate, coordinated effort, making it impossible to know. Springfield has been placed in the American North, in the American South, on a coastline, in the heartland, near the Canadian border, near the Mexican border, in a region with blizzard winters, in a region with tropical summer heat waves. The show has established geographic facts in one episode and contradicted them in the next, with a consistency that goes well beyond accident. A character's area code appears to be Missouri. The state abbreviation shown in one episode is NT, which does not correspond to any actual American state. A character calling the state capital reaches a recording that identifies the state as beginning with a vowel, which narrows the options while leaving too many still open. Every clue is simultaneously a clue and a misdirection. Every episode that seems to locate Springfield more precisely is followed by an episode that undoes the precision. Matt Groening, the show's creator, gave an interview to Smithsonian Magazine in 2012 in which he disclosed the real inspiration for the town's name. Springfield, Oregon. His hometown, or near enough. He chose the name because Springfield is one of the most common city names in America, and because the familiarity of it allowed the town to feel like it could be anywhere. For approximately 48 hours, the mystery appeared solved. And then the show continued. Episodes after the interview placed Springfield in geographic contexts that were impossible to reconcile with Oregon. The writers did not honor the creator's disclosure. They kept the contradictions running. The location stayed unsettled. Because the location was never supposed to settle. The mystery of where Springfield is was never a problem to be solved. It is a feature. It is one of the show's most carefully maintained comedic and structural elements. And the reason it works, the reason Springfield can have oceanfront property and mountain ranges and desert terrain and active volcanoes all within driving distance of a single address, is that Springfield is not located in America. Springfield is America, not a representative sample of America, not an accurate depiction of any real American place, but an assemblage of every American place. A town built from the pieces of every community that has ever existed in this country, layered on top of each other without regard for geographic logic, producing something that feels familiar to every viewer regardless of where they grew up, because it contains elements of everywhere. The industrial decay of the Rust Belt, the suburban sprawl of the Sun Belt, the small-town insularity of New England, the cultural blankness of the Midwest, the specific, sun-beaten quality of the Southwest, the green, rainy density of the Pacific Northwest. Springfield is all of these simultaneously. It is the town you grew up in, whatever town that was, because the town you grew up in contributed something to the composite. This is the surface-level explanation, and it is true. Groening has confirmed it. The writers have built around it. The show is explicitly designed to resonate with the broadest possible American audience by being set in a place that could be everywhere at once. But under the lens of the theories we have been exploring tonight, Springfield's geographic impossibility carries a heavier meaning. If the radiation theory is correct, if Springfield is a contamination zone where the normal rules of biology have been suspended by decades of nuclear exposure, then why should geography be exempt from the contamination? If the people of Springfield can have 4 fingers and yellow skin and survive injuries that should be fatal, why should the landscape around them obey the ordinary laws of American topography? Maybe Springfield has both mountains and coastlines because the contamination does not stop at biology. Maybe the radiation has bent the physical space around the town, compressing geographic features that would normally require hundreds of miles of separation into a single impossible region. Maybe what the show presents as cartoon geography is actually showing you the distortion field that surrounds a genuine contamination zone. If the coma theory is correct, Springfield's geography makes sense in the way that dream geography always makes sense within the dream, while being nonsensical from outside it. Homer's dreaming brain does not have a precise, accurate map of American geography stored and available for reference. It has impressions. Fragments of every place he ever visited or drove through or saw on television. Mountains from a family vacation, coastlines from a beer commercial, deserts from a movie he watched in a living room he cannot quite remember, farmland from a drive-through states he passed on a road trip with Marge before the children were born. His unconscious mind assembled Springfield from every piece of American landscape that made an impression, without the organizing logic that waking geography requires. Because dreams do not have geographic logic, they have emotional logic. They place things where the emotion needs them to be rather than where the map says they belong. Springfield feels like America because it is assembled from Homer's memory of America. And memory does not maintain precise spatial relationships. It holds fragments in whatever arrangement feels right. The coma theory's Springfield is not geographically incoherent. It is emotionally coherent. It is home assembled from everything Homer ever associated with that word. If the collective denial theory is correct, if Springfield operates through the active, community-enforced suppression of inconvenient truths, then the town's refusal to have a fixed location serves a legal as well as a psychological function. You cannot investigate a town you cannot locate. You cannot bring federal charges against a nuclear power plant if the state it is operating in keeps changing. You cannot hold anyone accountable for anything if the jurisdiction is permanently undefined. If the regulatory authority keeps shifting, if the question of which governmental body has oversight over this particular facility never reaches a stable answer because the facility itself cannot be reliably pinpointed on a map. Springfield's geographic ambiguity is not just a comedy device. It is a legal shield. A town with no fixed location has no fixed regulatory framework, no consistent EPA oversight, no permanent state attorney general to investigate the facility's violations, no stable jurisdiction within which the 342 violations can be prosecuted. Burns's power plant exists in the same geographic fog that the town does. It floats between states because floating is safer than landing. Landing means a specific set of laws applies. Landing means a specific regulatory body has authority. Landing means accountability. Springfield will never land. The show demonstrated this with a particular flourish in the Season 12 mockumentary episode Behind the Laughter, which presented the Simpson family as real people being interviewed about their experiences, making a fictional television show about their lives. In this episode, Springfield's location was finally, explicitly, definitively stated. In the original broadcast, the family was from northern Kentucky. In syndicated reruns of the same episode, the location had been changed to a different state. The definitive answer was revise before the episode had finished airing in all its scheduled broadcasts. The answer literally depends on which version of the episode you are watching. The show gave you the truth and then changed the truth before you had finished receiving it. Even when Springfield has a specific location, that location is not stable. Every state in the country has been proposed by someone, at some point, as Springfield's home. Every theory has evidence supporting it. Every theory has evidence against it. The show has maintained the state of perfect geographic ambiguity with more consistent deliberateness than it has maintained almost anything else in its continuity, and it has done so for longer than most of its viewers have been adults. Springfield will never be located, not because the show cannot decide. Because the show decided decades ago that the location is more valuable as a mystery than as an answer. A town that could be anywhere is a town that belongs to everyone. And a town that belongs to everyone is a town that cannot be shut down. Because somewhere in the idea of a town that exists nowhere specifically while existing everywhere generally, there is something that feels like what America has always wanted to believe about itself. That the American experience is not rooted in geography, not tied to a specific piece of land with specific history attached to it, but portable, available anywhere. The promise of Springfield is the promise of a life that could work wherever you happen to be. That promise has been in the background of every episode since 1989, like the yellow skin, like the four fingers, like the cooling towers on the hill. Always there, waiting for someone to look directly at it and ask what it means. Section 11. The loop we built ourselves. The floating timeline and the final theory. We have been in Springfield for a long time tonight. Long enough that you should be feeling it by now. The weight of the hours, the comfortable specific heaviness that settles into the body when the day is truly finished and the mind is finally willing to let go. If you are still with me, fully awake in whatever room you are in, then the mystery has done its job. If you are drifting, if the edges of the story are softening and the words are beginning to carry you rather than carry meaning, then that is fine too. Better than fine. That is exactly what Springfield is for. But before the last theory takes you all the way down, let us sit with the final piece, the one that ties everything together, the one that all the other theories have been pointing toward without quite arriving at. The floating timeline. Bart Simpson was 10 years old when The Simpsons debuted on December 17th, 1989. He is 10 years old right now. He will be 10 years old next year. Lisa was 8 at the beginning. She is 8 now. Maggie was 1. She is still 1. Homer and Marge were somewhere in their mid-30s. They still are. 36 years have passed in the real world, in the world where you and I exist, where things accumulate and change and the faces in the mirror shift gradually into faces we have to learn to recognize as our own. 0 years have passed in Springfield. The characters exist in a permanent present tense, locked at the exact ages they occupied in the show's first episode, living through decades of cultural change without adding a single year to their biological age. The year changes. The technology in the show updates. The cultural references shift to reflect the current moment. But the characters themselves, the people at the center of all of this, remain frozen. The industry term for this is a floating timeline. It means the show's present is always the viewer's present. The characters are always living in whatever year the episode airs. The episodes of 2025 take place in 2025. The episodes of 1995 took place in 1995. The year moves, but the people do not age with it. They exist outside of time in the way that certain fixed points exist outside the flow of whatever moves around them. Most long-running animated shows do something like this. Most people accept it without much examination. It is a production convenience. It is a narrative choice. It allows the show to remain contemporary without confronting the logical consequences of its characters growing older. But The Simpsons has been doing this for long enough that the floating timeline has created contradictions so vast that they have cracked the surface of the show's reality in ways that cannot be fully sealed. The most immediately obvious problem is the backstory. When the show began, Homer and Marge's history was anchored to a specific era. They met in high school. They fell in love during the 1970s. Their courtship had the texture of that period, the music, the fashion, the cultural reference points of a couple navigating early adulthood in a specific decade. The choice made sense. Parents in their mid-30s in the late 1980s would have had their formative experiences in the 1970s. But the floating timeline kept moving, and the characters did not age with it. If Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s in 2025, they cannot have met in the 1970s. The math does not work. A couple in their mid-30s in 2025 met in high school in approximately 2005, which means their youth was shaped by MySpace and early YouTube, not by Watergate and disco. The show has confronted this by rewriting the backstory, multiple times. Homer and Marge's origin story has been told and retold across decades of flashback episodes, each version shifting the era forward to maintain the arithmetic. They were hippies. Then they were grunge kids. Then they were navigating the specific cultural landscape of a different decade. Each revision is internally consistent with the episode it appears in. None of them are internally consistent with each other. Homer and Marge do not have a fixed past. They have a flexible past, a backstory that reshapes itself every few years to accommodate the current mathematical requirements of the floating timeline. Their memories are unstable. Their origin is a draft that keeps getting revised without their knowledge or consent. They are the same people. They love each other in the same way. But where that love began, when it began, what the world looked like when it began, changes every time the show needs it to change. Now let each theory take a turn with this. The coma theory says nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of an unconscious man. The last time Homer saw his family, they looked exactly as they do in every episode. His children were exactly the ages they are. His wife looked exactly as she does. The dream can only simulate what the dreamer knew at the moment of sleep. And Homer went under in 1993, so the family, in the dream, is preserved at their 1993 selves, and will remain that way for as long as the dream continues, regardless of how many years pass in the hospital room where Homer's body is lying. The backstory revision is the dream struggling to reconcile the anchor of a frozen family with the ambient cultural information leaking in from outside. Homer's brain hears references to contemporary things and tries to integrate them into the simulation. The only way to integrate contemporary references into a show about a family frozen in 1993 is to occasionally revise the history that would connect them to the present. The dream rewrites the past to accommodate the present because it has no other mechanism for doing so. The radiation theory says nobody ages because the biological processes that drive aging have been altered by decades of nuclear exposure. Whatever the radiation does to cellular function in Springfield, one of its effects appears to be the suspension or severe slowing of the aging process. The characters are not immortal, they age in theory, but the pace of aging in a radiation-affected body is different enough from normal aging that across the human timescale of a television show, the difference is indistinguishable from not aging at all. The collective denial theory says nobody ages because Springfield has collectively, actively, through the same mechanism it uses to forget catastrophes and exile truth-tellers, decided to pretend that time does not pass. They do not simply forget disasters. They forget years. They refuse the accumulation of time the way they refuse the accumulation of inconvenient evidence. The Burns immortality theory says that at least one person in Springfield has already demonstrated that aging is negotiable. Burns has survived for over a century through technology and wealth. If the rules of aging are already known to be bendable in this universe, then the entire population refusing to age is a more extreme version of something the show has already established as possible. Every theory arrives at the same conclusion through a different door. Time does not work in Springfield, and it does not work not because of a production shortcut or a narrative convenience. It does not work because something about this town, whether it is the radiation or the dream or the collective decision or the billionaire's medical technology, has broken the normal relationship between existence and time. The floating timeline is a symptom. It is the show's most prominent, most consistently visible symptom. The one that has been staring at us since the beginning, too large to miss and too familiar to question. The show has imagined its characters aging. It has done so with care and specificity that demonstrates what is possible when the show is willing to allow it. In the Season 6 episode Lisa's Wedding, a flash forward takes us to a version of the future where Lisa is 23 years old and engaged to be married. The episode is rich with specific, imagined detail. Lisa has grown into someone recognizable as the person all her earlier episodes were building toward. She is intelligent and principled, and a little lonely and still, as she has always been, searching for the kind of connection that Springfield never quite provided. The episode is beautiful. It is one of the show's most emotionally complete pieces of work. It demonstrates beyond any doubt that The Simpsons is capable of imagining its characters as adults, of treating their futures as real things worth exploring, of telling stories about who they would become if time were allowed to do what time does. And at the end of the episode, Lisa goes back to being 8. The flash forward closes. The future is returned to the locked room it came from. The permanent present resumes as if the glimpse never happened. The show can imagine growth. it chooses not to allow it. And this is where the floating timeline stops being a narrative observation and becomes something larger. The Simpsons is by any measure the most enduring fictional family in American media history. They have been the American family for longer than any other fictional household has managed. And the American family, as The Simpsons depicts it, is not allowed to change. Homer must always be middle-aged and employed at the plant and unable to remember where he put things. Marge must always be patient in the specific, slightly exhausted, unconditionally devoted way that Marge is patient. Bart must always be rebellious in the particular way that is about testing limits rather than rejecting love. Lisa must always be brilliant and idealistic and slightly too aware of the gap between what the world is and what it should be. Maggie must always be silent, watching, waiting. The dynamic must be preserved, the structure must hold. Because the moment the Simpson family ages, the moment Bart goes off to college, and Lisa moves somewhere that can actually accommodate what she is, and Maggie finally decides to speak, and Homer retires, and Marge is left with a quiet house on Evergreen Terrace, and decades of accumulated memories, the show is not a comedy anymore. It is an elegy. It is the story of a family that ran out of time. And America does not want that story. America does not want to be told that the version of the family it loves, the messy and dysfunctional and endlessly resilient version, was always temporary, was always fragile, was always one birthday closer to dissolving into something unrecognizable. So the show keeps the family frozen, not for production convenience, for the same reason a person keeps an old photograph in a frame on a shelf, because the photograph does not change. Because in the photograph, the people are still exactly who they were at the moment the shutter clicked. Because some moments, some arrangements of people in time, are too precious to allow to end. The floating timeline is the show's thesis statement. These people are frozen in time because we need them to be. Not the writers, not the network. Us, the audience. The people who have been watching since 1989 and the people who came later, and the people who are watching for the first time right now in bedrooms and living rooms and on phones in the dark. We built the loop. We maintain it. Every time we watch, every time we return to Evergreen Terrace and settle in for another 30 minutes with this impossible family in their impossible town, we tighten the loop a little more. We make it a little harder for the Simpsons to escape. Because if they escape, if Bart turns 11, if the floating timeline stops floating and starts landing, then the show ends. And the show ending means admitting that the version of America it represents, the chaotic, resilient, perpetually struggling, perpetually hopeful version of the middle-class American family, was always in motion, was never quite as permanent as we needed it to be, was always, underneath the comedy and the celebrity cameos and the impossibly dark fan theories, just a family, trying to get by, trying to stay together, trying to hold on to each other in a world that keeps changing around them faster than they can track. And we loved them. We love them. More than we have perhaps loved most things we have encountered in the particular medium of popular entertainment. We love them the way you love things that have been present through the whole of your life, that have been there for every significant transition, and every ordinary Tuesday, and every moment when you needed something familiar and found it. That is why we cannot let them go. Not because the show is particularly good in its current form. Not because we are obligated by habit or nostalgia. Because letting go of The Simpsons means admitting that time has passed, that we are older than we were when we first sat down with this family, that the couch we watched from as children is gone, or in someone else's living room, or in a landfill somewhere, that the people who watched with us are older too, or changed, or in some cases no longer here to ask what we thought of the latest episode. As long as Bart is 10 and Lisa is 8 and Homer is stumbling home from the nuclear plant at 5:30 with a donut in his hand and Marge is standing in the kitchen with that impossible hair and that unconditional love and that patience that has never once run out, we can sit down and go home, no matter where we actually are. No matter how far from our actual childhoods and our actual families and our actual memories of what life felt like when it was simple enough to be funny, we go home to Springfield. We always can. That is the final theory, the one that encompasses all the others. The radiation and the coma and the shooting and the immortality and the collective denial and the silent genius baby and the fugitive mother and the predictions and the unkillable old man and the heartbroken neighbor, and the town that cannot be found on any map. All of it, every piece of the 36-year puzzle, leads here. Springfield is not a cartoon. It is the place we built to put the things we cannot bear to let go of. The version of America we needed to exist. The family that would never grow old and never fall apart and never stop fighting and never stop loving each other and always, always, always find their way back to the couch before the episode ended. The Simpsons are trapped in their loop because we trapped them there. We pressed pause in 1989, and we never pressed play. We spent a long time in Springfield tonight. We looked at the radiation that may be the source of every mutation, every four-fingered hand, every impossible survival, every yellow face in a yellow town that nobody can find on a map. We followed Homer into the coma that may have started in the spring of 1993 and has never quite ended. The dream that keeps a family frozen in amber because a dreaming mind cannot bear to let them grow up. We reopened the case that was never quite closed, the bullet that came from somewhere and went into someone and led to a verdict that satisfied almost nobody who examined it carefully. We traced the contours of an old man's impossible survival, the medical machinery that keeps him running, the empire he built to ensure that the machinery never stops. We watched a town vote to criminalize truth and exile the man who carried it. We listened to the silence of the most capable person on Evergreen Terrace, a silence that has been strategic since before she learned to walk. We followed a mother's trail from a quiet Springfield household to 30 years of underground exile, and traced the damage that trail left through 3 generations of a family that never quite recovered. We counted the predictions that came true and thought about the ones we forgot. We stood in the kitchen with Ned Flanders and tried to see past the conditioning to the person underneath it. We watched Hans Moleman die again. We looked for Springfield on the map and found it everywhere and nowhere, as we always do. And then we arrived here, at the floating timeline, at the loop, at the thing that contains all the other things. The show will never confirm the coma theory. It will never officially validate the radiation explanation. It will never reopen the Burns shooting case or address the geography or acknowledge the mechanism of collective denial in terms that move it from comedy to confession. It cannot. Confirming any of these things would collapse the distance between the show and itself that makes the show possible. The mystery is the substance. Remove the mystery, and you remove what makes Springfield worth coming back to. But the show will never disprove them either, because the evidence is woven into the structure. It is in the background of every episode, in the details that accumulate across seasons, in the patterns that form when you watch the whole thing at once instead of in individual installments, and notice what you could not see when you were too close to it. The show has been telling you the truth for 36 years. It has been using the grammar of comedy to say things that would be too heavy to say directly. It has been using a cartoon family in a cartoon town to describe the real family and the real town, which is the American family and the American town, and all the ways that the particular combination of power and denial and love and contamination and collective forgetting that characterizes that family and that town has produced people who are exactly what they are: yellow-skinned, four-fingered, unable to age, unable to change, going back to the couch every Sunday night. Because home is where you go when the world has gotten too large and too loud and too fast, and you need to be somewhere that will not demand anything of you. Somewhere that will let you sit down and be still for 30 minutes while a family that you love argues and recovers and falls and gets back up and finds its way to the end of the episode. Homer will make it back to the couch. He always does. That is the whole point. Now close your eyes. Let Springfield do what it has always been best at. Let it be there in the background, the way it has always been there. The nuclear plant on the hill, the tire fire, the donut shop that is always open, the school that is always underfunded, and the church that is always full, and the bar that is always exactly what Mo needs it to be, a place to put the loneliness where it will not hurt anyone. Let the Simpsons be on their couch. Let Homer be exactly who he is. Let Bart be 10. Let Lisa play her saxophone somewhere in the house, the notes drifting through the walls, finding you where you are. Let Maggie watch. Let Springfield sit in the valley below the cooling towers, yellow and impossible, and specifically, stubbornly, permanently itself. And let sleep come the way it does when you have been somewhere that felt like home and are finally on your way back. You know the way. You have always known the way. It is the same road every time. Doe, good night. End of script. Production notes for 11 Labs. Pacing, slow and deliberate throughout. Longer pauses at section breaks, 3 to 4 seconds. Gentle pauses mid-paragraph at ellipsis points or comma-heavy sentences. Tone, warm, low-register storytelling narration. Think late-night radio documentary. Never urgent, never sharp. Emphasis, light emphasis on key theory names, first occurrence only. No hard punches on words. Section transitions. Add 4 to 5 second silence between major sections. CTA section. Slightly warmer, slightly more present, then return to soft mode immediately after. Closing section. Slowest pacing in the entire script. Near whisper energy. Section 12. The marriages that should have broken. Homer and Marge, the real love story nobody analyzes. There is a love story at the center of The Simpsons that has been running for 36 years and has never quite received the attention it deserves. Perhaps because it is buried under so many layers of comedy and domestic chaos that you have to do some excavation to find it. But it is there, and it is genuine, and it is in some ways the most improbable love story in American fiction. Homer Simpson and Marge Bouvier should not have stayed together. That is not a cynical statement. It is an observation grounded in the events the show has actually depicted, the stresses and fractures and moments of genuine crisis that the marriage has survived across 3.5 decades of storytelling. If you took the things that happened to the Simpson marriage and applied them to any real couple you know, without the cartoon logic and without the reset button and without the particular magical durability that the show insists the relationship possesses, the marriage would have ended. Probably more than once. Let us make a partial accounting. Homer's relationship with Lurleen Lumpkin, the country singer he manages and clearly develops feelings for, pushed the marriage to a recognizable edge. The episode handles it with more emotional complexity than the show typically applies to this kind of material. Marge's own attraction to her bowling instructor Jacques, explored in the season 1 episode Life on the Fast Lane, was treated with genuine seriousness. A full episode of Marge being courted by someone who offered her something that Homer, in his obliviousness, was regularly failing to provide. Homer forgot their anniversary, multiple times, in multiple episodes. Not once as a recurring gag, but as a consistent characterization detail that accumulates meaning across seasons. He forgets the anniversary the way he forgets other things that matter. Not through malice, but through the specific painful quality of attention deficiency that makes Homer Homer. He has at various points prioritized donuts over his wife, television over his wife, beer over his wife, and an escalating series of obsessions and distractions over his wife, in ways that would constitute reasonable grounds for any impartial third party to suggest that maybe this particular arrangement was not working optimally for one of the participants. And Marge has stayed. This is the fact worth sitting with. Not Homer's failures, which are documented and cataloged and used as comedic material across hundreds of episodes, but Marge's choice. The repeated, ongoing, actively renewed decision to stay, to keep choosing this person, to wake up every morning in a house on Evergreen Terrace and decide again that this is where she belongs. The show has given Marge multiple opportunities to leave and has shown us, sometimes painfully clearly, what those opportunities looked like from her perspective. She considered them. The show does not pretend she found the decision effortless. There are episodes where you can see in the specific quality of Marge's animation, in the writing of her dialogue, in the weight the scene carries, that she is genuinely weighing something, genuinely asking herself the question, and she stays. But why? The surface-level romantic answer is that she loves Homer, and that is true. It is clearly and demonstrably true, but it is not a complete answer. Love does not automatically produce endurance. Love does not by itself explain the continued renewal of a choice that the surrounding evidence could easily justify walking away from. The deeper answer, the one the show suggests across multiple episodes without ever stating directly, is that Marge sees something in Homer that most of the other characters around him do not see. She sees the person underneath the obliviousness. She sees in a way that Burns never allows himself to see, and that the town of Springfield has been too damaged to see, who Homer actually is when you strip away the fog. She saw it when they were in high school, when Homer was the kind of boy who wrote her name on his notebook and learned to play guitar because she mentioned she liked music. She saw it in the quality of his wanting, the specific, total, slightly desperate way Homer loves the people he loves, with everything he has, without reservation, without strategy, without anything held back in case the love is not returned. Homer loves badly. He loves inconsistently. He loves with a clumsiness that causes damage. But he loves completely. And Marge, who has observed this about him since they were teenagers, knows that the damage is not intentional, knows that underneath the man who forgets the anniversary is a man who would do anything, genuinely anything, to make the people he loves feel loved. He just needs reminding, fairly constantly, about what doing anything actually looks like in practice. The show has been careful, across its run, to demonstrate this understanding of Homer that Marge has. The moments when she articulates what she sees in him, the moments when she explains to someone else why she married him, why she stays, are among the show's most carefully written. They are not defensive. They are not the statements of someone trying to justify a choice they secretly doubt. They are the assessments of someone who has looked clearly at the person they chose and accepted what they found, including the crayon, including the radiation, including the job at the plant, and the obliviousness, and the donuts, and the beer, and the years of not quite getting it, including all of it. Marge's love for Homer is the show's primary argument that people are not simply the sum of their worst qualities, that there is something in the specific human being that exists beyond the behaviors and the failures and the accumulated damage that life in a contaminated town does to a person. That the person is still there underneath everything. Homer sees something similar in Marge, though he expresses it less articulately. What Homer sees in Marge is the one thing his damaged, foggy, crayon-compromised brain has always managed to hold clearly. The one thing the radiation and the cognitive suppression and the 30-plus years of professional failure have never managed to obscure. She chose him. In a life that has been, from a certain angle, a long series of not quite being seen or valued or remembered, Marge looked at Homer Simpson and chose him. Not despite the obliviousness, not as a project, as a partner, as the person she wanted to stand next to for the duration. And for Homer, who grew up believing his mother left because he was not worth staying for, who has spent his entire adult life with that particular wound quietly bleeding into every relationship and every interaction and every moment of professional humiliation he absorbs without truly pushing back. The fact that Marge stays is not something he can fully articulate or fully understand. But he feels it every day. It is the thing that makes the house on Evergreen Terrace feel like home rather than just a building. Not the television or the beer or the couch. Marge. Her specific, patient, occasionally exasperated, unconditionally loving presence in the rooms around him. If the coma theory is correct, this is the center of the dream. This is what Homer's unconscious mind is protecting above everything else. Not the children, though he loves them with everything he has. Not the lifestyle or the comfort or the Springfield he has always known. Marge. The dream keeps Marge exactly as she was, keeps her choosing him, keeps her in the kitchen with her impossible hair and her patient love, and the specific quality of her attention when Homer finally does something right, which is the particular warmth of someone who was not surprised that he got there eventually. Homer's coma dream is at its core a love story, about a man who could not believe someone had chosen him and went under trying to preserve that choice forever. There is an episode deep in the show's run where Homer and Marge renew their vows. The episode is played largely for comedy, as most things are, but underneath the comedy is something that deserves to be named. Two people who have been through everything the show has subjected them to, standing in front of each other again and saying the same thing they said at the beginning. Still here. Still choosing you. Still yes. In a show full of resets, that particular reset feels different. Not a forgetting, but a remembering. Not an erasure, but an affirmation. Homer and Marge Simpson should not have stayed together by any rational accounting of what their marriage has contained. But they do, they will. Not because the show requires it, and not because the floating timeline demands it, and not because the animation style makes divorce aesthetically complicated. Because in whatever Springfield is, whatever version of reality or dream or contaminated community it represents, the thing that holds together at the center of it is two people who chose each other once and have not stopped choosing each other since. That is not a mystery. That is not a conspiracy. That is not a theory. That is just a love story. And it turns out that even in Springfield, even under the radiation and inside the coma and within the collective denial, and below the cracked cooling towers, love stories are still the thing that makes everything else make sense. Section 13. Bart's Chaos and What It Means, the oldest rebellion in Springfield. We spend a lot of time in Springfield looking at Homer and Burns and the plant and the larger machinery of the town's dysfunction. We look at Maggie's silence and Lisa's isolation and Marge's patience. We look at Ned Flanders absorbing punishment with his programmed grace. We do not look at Bart closely enough. Bart Simpson is 10 years old. He has been 10 years old for 36 years. He has been failing the fourth grade for longer than most countries have been sovereign nations. He has been skateboarding the same streets and pulling the same pranks and saying the same things and getting in the same trouble since a December night in 1989 when America first heard a cartoon child respond to his father's strangling with something close to defiance. Eat my shorts. It became a catchphrase. It became a cultural artifact. It was printed on t-shirts and said on playgrounds and quoted in places that had nothing to do with the show. Eat my shorts. The three-word declaration of a 10-year-old who has decided that the people trying to make him behave do not have the moral authority they are claiming. But strip away the catchphrase. Strip away the merchandise and the cultural saturation and look at what the phrase actually represents in the context of the show. Bart Simpson is a child who grew up in Springfield. He grew up drinking the water and breathing the air and going to a school that is perpetually underfunded and watching his father work at a facility that is slowly poisoning the town and absorbing, from the earliest moments of his conscious life, the ambient message that this is how things are and this is how things will remain. And the appropriate response to this arrangement is either Homer's fog or Ned's programming, or the town's collective decision to forget. Bart chose none of those options. Bart chose chaos. Not malicious chaos, not the chaos of someone who wants to watch things burn for its own sake. The chaos of someone who has instinctively, without the intellectual framework to name what he is responding to, identified that the systems around him are corrupt, and that the appropriate relationship to corrupt systems is not acceptance or compliance, but disruption. Bart disrupts. He pulls pranks. He defies authority in the specific way that children defy authority when they sense that the authority is not earned. Principal Skinner, or Armin Tamzarian, depending on the episode, who represents institutional education and its relationship to control. Chief Wiggum, who represents law enforcement and its relationship to competence. Burns, who represents wealth and its relationship to accountability. The entire social structure of Springfield, which requires its residents to be cooperative and unquestioning and grateful for what they have. Bart is none of those things. And the show, in its most honest moments, presents this not as a character flaw to be corrected, but as a sane response to an insane environment. The episodes where Bart succeeds, where his particular combination of street intelligence and willingness to break rules achieves something genuinely good, are episodes where the show is acknowledging that sometimes the system is the problem, and the appropriate tool for a broken system is someone who will not respect it. But there is something else in Bart that the show handles with more care than it sometimes gets credit for. Bart loves Homer. This is not a simple thing. Homer is not an easy father to love. He is frequently negligent, occasionally dangerous, often embarrassing, regularly oblivious to the things his children need from him in ways that produce real wounds. The show has depicted the damage Homer's failures cause Bart across many episodes, not as background texture, but as the primary emotional content. and Bart loves him anyway. Not despite the failures, not because he has not noticed them, because Bart, who sees things more clearly than his father, and arguably more clearly than most of Springfield, understands something about Homer that the town around them has either never noticed or has chosen to forget. Homer Simpson, for all his fog and his obliviousness and his inability to remember what he promised last Tuesday, is trying. He is always trying. Badly, inconsistently, with the tools available to a man who had a crayon in his brain and grew up without his mother, and has been absorbing radiation and cognitive suppression his entire life, but trying. There is an episode where Homer tries to fulfill a promise he made to Bart, and fails, and then tries again, and fails again, and keeps trying with the specific, unkillable persistence of someone who may not be smart enough to succeed, but is not capable of giving up. And Bart, watching this thing his father does, this refusal to quit even when quitting would be the rational choice, responds not with frustration, but with something that looks, quietly, like pride. That is the hidden depth of Bart Simpson. Not the pranks or the slogans or the skateboard. The capacity to see his father clearly, to understand exactly what Homer is, to know the limitations as precisely as anyone in the family, and to love him without reservation anyway. Bart's chaos is not just rebellion. It is the sound of a child who absorbed the message that the world is broken and decided, in his particular 10-year-old way, that the appropriate response to broken things is not resignation. It is to keep going. Keep making noise. Keep refusing to sit down and be quiet and accept the version of reality that the cracked cooling towers and the collective forgetting and the man who cannot remember your father's name want you to accept. Bart is the show's purest expression of the thing that is not radiation and is not programming and is not grief. The thing that persists in Springfield despite everything. Stubbornness. The refusal to go along with it. The 10-year-old on a skateboard saying, "Eat my shorts" to the whole mechanism of Springfield's dysfunction and meaning it with his whole heart. Section 14. Lisa and the Cost of Knowing, the loneliest genius in Springfield. In the flash-forward episode we discussed earlier, the one where Lisa is 23 and preparing to be married, and we are briefly allowed to see what she becomes, there is a moment that the episode does not underline but which carries more weight than almost anything else in it. Lisa calls home. She calls Springfield. She calls the house on Evergreen Terrace. And Homer answers, and the conversation is warm and slightly awkward and full of the specific texture of a parent-child relationship that has always been characterized by a large amount of love and a somewhat smaller amount of understanding. And Lisa is clearly both happy to hear him and slightly sad about the distance. Not the geographic distance, but the other kind. She is somewhere else now. She built the life that her intelligence and her principles pointed toward. She left Springfield, as the flash-forward implies she always would, and she found the larger world she always knew was there beyond the cracked cooling towers, and the town sundial and the perpetual fourth grade of her brother's life. And she is happy, but she misses home. That tension between the larger world Lisa is equipped to inhabit and the specific place she came from and loves, despite everything it failed to give her, is the central tension of Lisa Simpson's entire character arc. Not just in the flash forward, in every episode where Lisa is the focus. Lisa is 8 years old. She has been 8 years old for 36 years. She plays the saxophone with a proficiency that belongs in a different setting. She reads books that her teachers have not read. She asks questions that the people around her cannot answer and sometimes cannot quite understand the asking of. She has a depth of ethical concern and intellectual engagement with the world that is, in the context of Springfield, a perpetual source of friction with the people and the institutions around her. She sees things. This is Lisa's specific burden, and it is not a small one. She sees the three-eyed fish for what it is. She sees the power plant for what it represents. She sees the collective denial for the mechanism it is. She sees her father's fog and her brother's chaos and her mother's patience and the way the whole arrangement holds together despite everything. And she sees all of it more clearly than anyone else in the family. And seeing clearly in Springfield is a form of suffering, because seeing clearly does not give you the power to change what you see. It gives you the responsibility of witness without the capacity for transformation. You can name the three-eyed fish, you can explain what it means. You can write the report and present the evidence and stand in front of the town meeting and make the case. And the town will listen, politely, because Springfield is not cruel to Lisa exactly. It is indifferent, which is sometimes worse. The indifference is what wears her down. Not the resistance, which she could fight against, but the shrug. The way Springfield responds to her truth-telling not with opposition, but with the particular lack of engagement that says, "We heard you, and we are going to go back to what we were doing now." Springfield has never been capable of giving Lisa what she needs. Not the teachers, not the students, not the community, not even often her own family, who love her deeply and consistently and understand her poorly and occasionally. The gap between what Lisa requires and what Springfield can provide is structural. It is not a failure of individual people. It is a feature of the environment, in the same way that the radiation is a feature of the environment. Springfield produces this gap in Lisa the way it produces the yellow skin in everyone else. She is the brightest thing in the contaminated zone, and brightness in a contaminated zone is both the most precious and the most fragile thing that exists there. The episodes where Lisa finds connection, the ones where she encounters someone who can meet her where she is, even briefly, are among the show's most emotionally complete. The substitute teacher who sees her, the jazz musician who hears her, the moments where the world briefly offers what Springfield cannot. These episodes work because they acknowledge, directly and without irony, how much Lisa needs what Springfield cannot give her. And then the episode ends, and Lisa goes back to Springfield. She always goes back. Because for all the ways Springfield has failed her, it is still the place where her family is. Still, the house where Homer is stumbling around looking for the remote, and Bart is plotting something, and Maggie is watching everything, and Marge is in the kitchen being the person who holds the whole fragile arrangement together. Lisa could leave. The flash forward shows us that she does, eventually, in the future the show glimpsed and then locked away again. She leaves and builds the life she was always pointing toward. But right now she is 8, and Springfield is home. And the saxophone sits in her room at the end of every episode, and she plays it because it is the one language she has found that Springfield cannot dismiss, the one form of expression that moves even the people who cannot quite follow the arguments. Music does not require understanding, it only requires listening. And when Lisa plays, even Springfield listens. Even Homer stops, even Bart pauses. Even Burns, in the few moments the show has given him in proximity to the things that beauty does, seems to register something that the rest of his character architecture is not equipped to accommodate. Lisa's saxophone is the show's most persistent symbol of what survives in Springfield despite everything. Not hope exactly, because hope requires belief in improvement, and Springfield has demonstrated that improvement is not how it works. Something quieter than hope. Something more stubborn. The specific insistence that beauty exists here, that it is worth making even when no one is listening, that the act of creation is its own justification regardless of the audience. Lisa plays the saxophone at the end of the world. She has always played the saxophone at the end of the world. That is who she is. Section 15. The secondary characters who haunt us. Moe, Barney, Apu, and the hidden depths of Springfield. Springfield is populated by a cast of secondary characters who have, over 36 years, accumulated enough history and enough quietly devastating detail that several of them deserve their own extended examination. We cannot do all of them justice in the time we have left together tonight, but some of them sit in the margins of the main story and demand at least a few moments of direct attention. Let us begin with Moe. Moe Shislock is the bartender. He has been the bartender since the show's beginning. He has also, across those same years, been revealed to be a former child actor, a bare-knuckle fighter, a deeply lonely man who has never had a successful romantic relationship, and someone whose relationship with his own self-worth is so complicated that the show has used it as the basis for some of its darkest comedy. The phone prank calls that Bart makes to Moe's tavern, the ones where Bart asks for someone with an embarrassing name, and Moe announces it to the bar before the punchline arrives, are a reliable running gag. They are funny, and they are also, if you think about them for more than a moment, a reasonably accurate picture of someone having an intimate understanding of another person's humiliation tolerance used against them repeatedly over many years. Moe knows Bart is doing this. He is not stupid. And every time he answers the phone and repeats the name, he is making a choice. Not the choice to be fooled. The choice to respond every single time with the same raging outrage that the prank is designed to produce. To keep being the person who can be counted on for that particular reaction. The question the show never asks but implies is whether Moe's outrage is genuine each time or whether there is something else in it. Whether part of the dynamic Moe and Bart have built across decades of this routine is a kind of connection. The only person who calls the bar with Moe's full attention, guaranteed. The only voice that is certain to reach him. In a town where everyone is isolated in their own particular way, Bart's prank calls are the most consistent contact Moe receives from outside his immediate professional context. That is genuinely sad. The show knows it is genuinely sad. It uses the sadness as the undercurrent of the comedy, the way the best Simpsons comedy has always worked. The surface is funny. The water underneath is cold. Moe has come close to leaving Springfield multiple times, has had opportunities for different lives and different selves and relationships that almost worked and almost lasted. The show has given him these moments with care and then taken them away with the same mechanism it uses to take everything away in Springfield. The reset. The return. The door closed. Moe goes back to the bar. The bar is what Moe has. The bar and Homer and Barney and the phone that might ring with Bart on the other end any moment now. The bar and the specific, worn, completely honest sadness of a man who knows exactly who he is and exactly how his life has gone and has decided, somewhere in the middle of all of it, to keep making drinks. Because that is what you do in Springfield. You keep showing up. Barney Gumble is Homer's oldest friend. He is also Springfield's most prominently depicted alcoholic, a man whose relationship with drinking has been the primary defining characteristic of his adult life as the show presents it. But the show occasionally lets us see who Barney is beneath the alcohol. In one of the most quietly moving episodes in the entire series, we learn that Barney was once a student with academic promise. That he had a different future in sight before a specific night when Homer offered him a beer and the trajectory of his life bent irreversibly in a new direction. Homer introduced Barney to alcohol. The show presents this with characteristic comedic framing and then moves on. But it is sitting there, in the record, the way things in Springfield always sit in the record, waiting for someone to connect them. Homer's best friend, the person who is most consistently present in his adult social life, is someone whose life went in the direction it went partly because of a specific thing Homer did. Not through malice, through obliviousness. The same obliviousness that characterizes everything Homer does. And Barney has never blamed him, has stayed, has been there at the end of every night when the bar needs one more person to make the room feel inhabited. Springfield keeps its people. That is one of the things about it that feels most real, most recognizable to anyone who has lived in a place that keeps its people. Not always because the people want to stay, sometimes because leaving requires a kind of self-belief that the environment has not made it easy to maintain. Sometimes because the friendships and the familiar streets and the bar where everyone knows your name are the gravity that holds you in orbit around a place you might have left if things had gone differently. Barney and Moe and Homer drinking at the same bar, living in the same orbit, held in the same gravitational field. The Springfield power plant employees versus management dynamic, the one that Homer participates in every day without recognizing it as such, has produced generations of workers who come to Moe's and drink and go home to Evergreen Terrace or wherever they live and come back the next morning and do it all again. The bar is a pressure release valve. It absorbs what the plant produces. It processes the daily damage and sends people home functional enough to come back tomorrow. Moe's Tavern is as much a part of the power plant's operational infrastructure as Sector 7G. Burns understands this. He has understood it for a century. You do not maintain a compliant workforce through the carrot of good wages alone. You maintain it by ensuring that the places where the workforce goes to metabolize its discontent are accessible, affordable, and available. The bar is not just a bar, it is part of the system. And Moe, behind his counter, with his phone that rings with Bart's voice and his rageful, lonely, surprisingly warm presence, is as much a keeper of Springfield's impossible equilibrium as anyone in this story. He makes the drinks, he listens, He sends people home. And he opens the next morning because that is what you do. Because this is Springfield, and Springfield keeps its people. Section 16. The Treehouse of Horror. When Springfield lets its guard down. Every October, The Simpsons does something that the rest of the year it cannot afford to do. It steps outside the rules. The Treehouse of Horror episodes, the Halloween specials that have been running since the show's second season, exist in a separate narrative space from the show's canonical reality. Characters die and come back without consequence. Homer becomes a monster, and the family watches. Burns reveals himself as something genuinely supernatural, and the show does not have to walk it back next week. Reality bends in ways that the ordinary episodes cannot permit. And in that bending, in those annual departures from the frame, the show tells you things about Springfield that the regular episodes can only hint at. Consider what the Treehouse of Horror episodes have consistently featured. Homer as a demon. Homer as an alien. Homer as a lumbering, destructive force that the town cannot contain. These are comedic exaggerations of Homer's ordinary characteristics, taken to supernatural extremes. The forgetfulness becomes literal memory erasure. The destructiveness becomes literal physical devastation. The inability to be permanently stopped becomes actual immortality. The Halloween specials are Springfield's subconscious speaking clearly. In the regular episodes, the town maintains the fiction that everything is basically fine, that the oddities are quirks rather than symptoms, that the man stumbling home from the nuclear plant is just a man and not a case study in what low-level radiation exposure does to human cognition across 3 decades. The Halloween specials drop the fiction. They let the nuclear plant produce actual monsters. They let Burns be the actual vampire he has been. Metaphorically, the rest of the year, they let the fog that surrounds Homer become literal fog, actual supernatural darkness. The audience accepts this because it is the Halloween special, non-canonical, just for fun. Nothing here counts. But the things that do not count are often the most honest things a story tells. In a particularly memorable Treehouse segment, the family discovers that their house is built on an ancient burial ground and is being haunted. The show plays this for broad horror parody, the family fleeing room to room while supernatural events cascade around them. Classic haunted house comedy. And at the end, the resolution involves the family essentially deciding to live with the haunting. To accept the presence of something wrong in the house as a permanent condition. They make peace with the haunting. They decide it is manageable. They decide it is theirs. This is the Halloween special. This is also the plot of every regular episode. The Simpsons live in a haunted house every week. The haunting is the radiation and the coma and the collective denial and the impossible survival and the three-eyed fish and the cracked cooling towers and all the rest of it. The difference between the Halloween episode where the family lives with a ghost and the regular episode where the family lives in Springfield is the permission level of the storytelling. One admits what it is, one does not. The Treehouse of Horror also has a fascinating relationship with death. Characters die in these specials with cheerful regularity. Sometimes the same character dies several times within a single segment. And because the specials are explicitly non-canonical, the deaths do not need to be addressed in the next episode. They simply happened, and then they did not happen, and everyone understands this implicitly. This is the same pattern as Hans Moleman's deaths in the regular episodes, played within the frame of explicit fictional license rather than the show's usual approach, which is to simply not comment on the return. The Halloween specials are Springfield being honest about what it is. A place where the rules that govern ordinary reality are more flexible than they appear. Where death is not quite as permanent as biology suggests. Where the monsters are the people you already knew, dressed more honestly. Where the haunting has been happening all along, and the question is not whether to address it, but whether to admit you feel it. Every October, Springfield takes off its mask. What is underneath is not the horror of a Halloween special. It is just Springfield, which, by this point in the night, you already know is considerably stranger. Section 17. The show that knows it is a show, Meta Springfield and the Fourth Wall. There are moments in The Simpsons when the show looks directly at the camera. Not literally, though it has done that too. Moments when the narrative becomes aware of itself. When a character says something that only makes sense if they know they are in a television show. When the plot references the existence of the show in ways that should break the fictional frame, but somehow, in the particular logic of Springfield, do not. The opening credits are the most reliable example. The couch gag, which changes in every episode and has generated hundreds of variations across the show's run, regularly includes sequences that only make sense as self-referential jokes. Characters watching themselves on television. Characters being animated in real time by the show's production team. Characters traveling through the fourth wall and returning with awareness of what they found there. The show has produced multiple episodes that acknowledge its own existence as a television show. Behind the laughter, the mockumentary episode where the Simpsons are presented as real people whose experiences were adapted into a fictional show is the most sustained version of this. The family discusses the production, the cast dynamics, the business decisions that shape the show. They are simultaneously the characters and the people the characters are based on, in a structure that loops back on itself in ways that are funny, precisely because they are genuinely confusing. The show has also referenced the fan theories. Not obliquely, directly, writers have engaged in interviews with the coma theory, with the radiation theory, with the Springfield location mystery. Producers have been asked on record about the content of the fan discussions and have given responses that occasionally suggest more awareness of those discussions than casual familiarity would produce. The coma theory fake scene, which we discussed earlier, is the most extreme example of this. The production team made a fully animated, fully voiced scene that depicted exactly what the theory describes. They spent the resources and the time and the creative energy required to produce that content. And then they called it a hoax. Why make the scene at all? If the theory is pure fan speculation with no basis in the show's actual structure, why produce a fully realized version of its conclusion? Why animate Homer waking up from the coma? Why give it the voice work and the editing and the production polish that it received? Why make it available in any form? Unless the making of it was its own kind of message. The show cannot confirm the theory. Confirming it would end the mystery, and the mystery is structurally necessary. The show cannot disprove the theory either, because disproving it would require addressing the evidence, and the evidence is genuinely woven into the show in ways that would require either defending or dismantling decades of storytelling decisions. So, the show makes the scene and calls it a hoax. It shows you the theory enacted and tells you not to believe your eyes. It produces the evidence of the conclusion and immediately frames that evidence as fiction within the fiction. Springfield teaching. Springfield to forget. The mechanism that governs the town also governs the show's relationship to its own most uncomfortable truths. The show knows what it is. It has always known what it is. The writers who have worked on it across 36 years are not oblivious to the architecture they have built. They have been aware, for as long as the fan community has been aware, of the patterns that emerge when you look at the whole thing at once rather than episode by episode. They have read the theories. They have responded to them, in interviews and in the occasional narrative wink, in ways that suggest engagement rather than dismissal. And they have maintained, through all of that engagement, the position that the show is just a cartoon, that it is a comedy, that the continuity errors are errors and not evidence, that the coma theory is fan speculation and nothing more. Springfield says the quiet part out loud only once, in The Principal and the Pauper, and the audience responds with revulsion. They do not want to watch the mechanism. They want the mechanism invisible, working in the background, producing the resets and the forgettings without requiring acknowledgement. The show learned that lesson. It went back to the comfortable form. But the scene exists. The fully animated, fully voiced, fully produced coma scene is somewhere in the show's archive. It was made. It was shown. It was called a hoax and returned to the archive. Like the truth in Springfield, it was there. And then it was made to not be there. And everyone agreed to forget. Section 18, Grandpa Simpson and the Long Memory, the one who was there before everything. There is one character in Springfield who has been alive longer than almost any other, who has memories that stretch back past the events the show regularly references, who occupied the world that all the other characters were born into, and who, in his particular way, holds more of Springfield's real history than anyone else who is still present. Abraham Simpson, Grandpa. Abe is old. The show is inconsistent about exactly how old, as it is inconsistent about most age-related things, but he is old enough to have served in World War II, old enough to have stories about the early decades of the 20th century that he tells to anyone who will listen and many people who will not. He is old enough to have raised Homer and to carry within him the full weight of the decisions he made during that raising, including the decision to tell Homer his mother was dead. That decision sits in the background of Abe's character as the show has constructed him, never fully addressed, never fully reckoned with. Abe told Homer his mother died. He showed Homer a grave that was not his mother's. He maintained this lie through Homer's entire childhood, his entire adolescence, his entire adult life, until the chance encounter at the Municipal Hall of Records made maintaining it impossible. And Homer, to his credit, does not entirely forgive this. He does not rage about it because Homer does not generally rage about the sources of his suffering with the precision they deserve. But there is a quality in the Homer-Abe relationship, a specific kind of constrained warmth, that suggests Homer understands something about the gap between what Abe gave him and what he needed. Abe is also the man who made the deal with Burns. This detail, dropped in a later episode, recasts the entire Homer at the plant narrative in a way that the show does not sufficiently follow through on. Abe discovered something Burns wanted concealed. Burns offered Homer's job security in exchange for Abe's silence, and Abe, for reasons the show does not fully interrogate, accepted. What did Abe discover? What was the crime or the secret or the compromising information that was worth a permanent employment guarantee for his son? The show implies this without naming it, leaving the space open in the way that Springfield always leaves certain spaces open. The answer is there somewhere in the background of 36 years of episodes, but the show has never walked directly to it. Abe lives in the retirement home. He tells stories that nobody listens to, in the specific way that old people in Springfield tell their stories, not because the stories lack value, but because the audience has been conditioned to not receive them. The same mechanism that prevents the town from asking about the three-eyed fish prevents it from sitting with Abe long enough to hear what he remembers. Because Abe remembers. He was there before Burns became what Burns became. He was there before the plant was the thing it is. He was there in the early years of Springfield's particular arrangement with its own history, when the deal with the billionaire and the cover-up of the mother and the quiet transaction that ensured a broken man's employment were all fresh events rather than ancient history. Abe carries all of it. In the rambling, apparently disconnected, superficially comedic monologues he delivers to empty rooms and half-asleep audiences at the retirement home, Abe is narrating Springfield's actual history. The show plays this as comedy because Abe's delivery is incoherent and his stories wander and his audience never stays long enough to hear the important parts. But the important parts are there. Somewhere in the stories about onions tied to belts and matlock and the various indignities and confusions of very old age, Abe Simpson holds the key to everything the town has agreed not to know. He just cannot quite get anyone to sit still long enough to listen. Section 19. The Sound of Springfield, What the Music Tells Us. There is something worth noticing about the music of The Simpsons that rarely comes up in discussions of the show's hidden depths, its secrets, its buried mysteries. The show has always had an unusually rich musical identity for an animated comedy. The main theme, composed by Danny Elfman, is one of the most recognized pieces of television music in history. It is playful and slightly anxious and full of a kinetic energy that suggests a world always slightly on the edge of toppling into something larger. But beyond the theme, the show has used music in ways that reward attention. The Simpsons has produced full musical episodes, extended musical sequences, and individual songs that are more than comedic padding. Some of the show's most memorable music carries emotional weight that the narrative frame around it might not fully justify if you read only the words. The music says something extra, something the comedy cannot quite accommodate. Springfield has embedded in its most carefully made episodes a musical texture that feels like grief wearing comedy as a costume. The scenes that hit hardest are often the ones where the music drops into something minor key and slow and specific in a way that the joke does not quite require. The music is doing something the joke is not allowed to do directly. It is saying this is sad, not as setup for a punchline, just as a statement. This family, these people, this town, this impossible, beautiful, broken thing. It is sad. And then the music resolves, because this is Springfield, and Springfield resolves. And the joke comes, and the audience laughs, and the music has done its work and gone back to the background. This is what the show does best. Not the individual jokes, though many of them are extraordinary. The way the show holds comedy and tragedy in the same frame simultaneously, uses one as the container for the other, makes the sadness bearable by making it funny, and makes the comedy resonant by making it sad. Springfield sounds the way it sounds because that is what it feels like to love a place that is broken. To be attached to people who are damaged and magnificent and impossible and real. To live in a loop that you know is a loop and cannot quite bring yourself to step outside of. It sounds like a theme that starts with a child's voice exclaiming Homer's name, builds through a rush of activity and color and sound, and then brings everyone back to the couch. Always the couch. Always home. Always together. Let that sound carry you where you are going tonight. You have been in Springfield long enough now that you know the way back. You do not need directions. Go ahead and let go. The music will bring you home. Section 20. The recurring nightmares of Homer Simpson. Dreams within the dream. Homer's subconscious theology. If Homer is dreaming, as the coma theory proposes, then the dreams Homer has within the dream are worth examining. Because a dreaming mind that dreams of dreaming is doing something specific, something that points inward toward the structures the dreamer has built to manage whatever they cannot process in the ordinary narrative of their unconscious life. The Simpsons has given Homer explicit dream sequences across dozens of episodes. Some are short, some are elaborate, running through extended fantasy scenarios that the show uses to expand Homer's world beyond the physical limits of Springfield. But there are patterns in these dreams, recurring elements and images and emotional textures that suggest something about the architecture of the dreaming mind that contains them all. Homer dreams frequently about food. Not just about eating food, which would be a reasonable psychological reflection of his waking relationship with donuts and beer. About food as destination, as reward, as the endpoint of quests and journeys. The food dreams have the quality of religious imagery. The giant donut glowing at the end of a tunnel. The perfect burger positioned on an altar of consumer packaging. Food elevated from sustenance to significance, from the physical to the transcendent. This is the dreaming mind of a man for whom physical comfort has always been the primary available form of solace. Homer's relationship with food is not merely about appetite. It is about the specific, uncomplicated reliability of a pleasure that does not require him to be smart or graceful or emotionally available. The donut does not need him to be a better version of himself. The beer does not require effort or understanding. They provide exactly what they provide, consistently, without disappointment, in a life that has otherwise not been particularly consistent or reliable in its delivery of comfort. The food dreams are Homer's theology. The donut is the sacred object of a religion organized around the radical premise that some things just feel good, and that feeling good is enough justification for wanting them. But there are also the anxiety dreams, the ones where Homer is at the plant, and the controls are behaving strangely, and he cannot find the right button, and the alarms are going off, and none of the safety training he was never properly given is accessible to him. The ones where the reactor is making sounds that the training manuals, which he may or may not have read, described as concerning. The ones where Burns appears at the end of a long corridor and Homer cannot remember his own name, let alone the name Burns cannot remember. These dreams have the specific texture of occupational anxiety, the professional fear of someone who knows, on some level, that they are not equipped for the responsibility they have been given and that the consequences of that inadequacy are not minor. Homer's job anxiety is not about getting fired. It is about the plant, about the things that happen or could happen or might already be happening in the reactor core where the safety inspector never quite looks closely enough. The radiation theory suggests that Homer's body has absorbed enough of what the plant produces that his dreams have been permanently altered by proximity to it. That the anxiety dreams are not merely professional anxiety, but biological communication. The cells that have been changed by the radiation, dreaming their own understanding of what changed them, the body sending signals to the brain about the cause of its mutation in the only language the sleeping mind has access to. The coma theory suggests that all of Homer's dreams, including the anxiety ones, are the dreaming mind processing information it has absorbed from the hostile room around him. The alarms in the dream come from hospital monitors. The buttons that do not work right come from the unfamiliar technical equipment of the medical environment Homer's body is lying in. The authority figure at the end of the corridor comes from doctors making decisions about Homer's care while he lies unconscious and unable to participate. The food dreams come from the smell of food in the hospital corridor, from nurses eating lunch somewhere nearby, from the specific, complicated relationship between a hospitalized body and the physical pleasures it can no longer access. Homer dreams of donuts because his body, which has not eaten in however many weeks the coma has continued, is telling his unconscious mind what it misses most. The theology of Homer's inner life is simple in its structure and enormous in its implications. He believes in the goodness of simple pleasures. He believes in the durability of family. He believes in the possibility of forgiveness, even when he cannot quite articulate why he deserves it. He believes, with the specific, unexamined faith of someone who has never had the cognitive architecture to examine it, that things will be okay. Not because they always have been. Not because Springfield provides evidence for optimism, but because the alternative to that belief is a darkness that Homer's mind, damaged and fogged and crayon-compromised as it is, has always chosen to face with his eyes not quite fully open. Homer's theology is not about God, though the show has given him God to talk to. His theology is smaller and more personal and more resistant to doubt than any organized version of faith. His theology is the couch at the end of the day, the family arranged around the television, the beer cold in his hand, and the world, for just a moment, manageable. That is Homer's religion. That is what the dreams are protecting. Section 21. Springfield's relationship with death, the town where nobody stays dead and nobody stays alive. Springfield has an unusual relationship with death. Not unusual in the statistical sense, though the mortality rate among minor characters does seem elevated compared to any comparable real-world community. Unusual in the structural sense, in the way the show handles the endings of lives, the weight it gives them or does not give them, the permanence it allows or refuses. We have discussed Hans Mollman's repeated deaths at some length. But Mollman is an extreme case, a character whose death and return cycle has become formalized into something close to a running institutional practice. The more interesting cases are the ones that sit in the middle, the deaths that are real enough to matter and impermanent enough to be confusing. Maud Flanders died. Her death was real, in the sense that the show has maintained it as a permanent fact across the episodes that followed. Ned has grieved genuinely. Her absence has shaped his subsequent storylines in ways that confirm the death as canonical and lasting. Maud is one of Springfield's genuinely permanent losses. But Maud's death also happened in a specific way, through a specific cause involving Homer in a specific manner that the show has never completely resolved in terms of moral weight. The T-shirt cannon. Homer's dodge. The shirt's hitting Maud. She falls. She is gone. And the next episode, Homer is stumbling through his ordinary life. Not unaffected exactly. The show gives Homer moments of awareness of what happened. But the awareness does not accumulate into anything that changes the fundamental character or trajectory of his behavior. He did not intend the harm. He grieves alongside Ned in the way Homer grieves things, which is with the specific, unfocused quality of someone who feels the weight without quite locating where it should be placed. Ned forgives him. Ned, as we have discussed, has been conditioned to forgive. And the question of whether forgiveness that comes from conditioning is genuinely moral forgiveness, or whether it is something else, something that looks like grace from the outside but is closer to an inability to not forgive, is one the show floats in the air and never catches. The Simpsons also kills characters for reasons that feel inconsistent with any clear thematic purpose. In the way that a show running for 36 years sometimes kills characters because the actor left, or because a storyline needed resolution, or because the writers wanted to raise the stakes in ways that only death can raise them. These deaths do not always carry the weight of mods. Sometimes they are handled with more comedy than grief, which is the show exercising its right to treat death the way Springfield treats everything, as something that happens and is absorbed and does not fundamentally alter the loop. The radiation theory has a framework for this. If Springfield's environment has altered the biological processes of its residents in ways that affect the normal aging process, why should it not also affect the normal dying process? If the mutation has made certain people, Homer, most obviously, functionally unkillable through the accumulation of damage, then there may be a spectrum of mutation that exists below that extreme. Residents who do not achieve Homer's level of indestructibility, but who nevertheless experience a different relationship with mortality than uncontaminated populations do. Moleman at one end, Homer at a different point. The dead and returned minor characters somewhere in between. A spectrum of radiation-altered mortality rather than a binary of alive and dead. The coma theory frames Springfield's relationship with death as a function of the dreaming mind's relationship with loss. Homer cannot dream people dying and staying dead because the dream's purpose is preservation. If Maud dies in the dream, that is permissible because it serves the dream's construction of Ned's character and Homer's relationship with guilt. But Homer cannot dream his own family dying, cannot dream himself dying, cannot allow the dream to arrive at its own conclusion through the mechanism of death. Because if the dream ends, Homer has to wake up. And waking up means confronting everything the dream has been protecting him from. Death in Springfield is therefore not quite death. It is a kind of suspension, a condition that the town's particular reality applies differently to different people at different times for reasons that are not always clear but that serve the overall structural need of a community that has decided, by vote and by law and by the slow attrition of collective forgetting, that certain things will not be allowed to stick. The permanent losses in Springfield are the ones that serve the story. Everything else is negotiable. And in that negotiability, in the town's particular flexibility with the finality of things, you can see the outline of what Springfield is most fundamentally about. A place that will not let anything end. Not the marriages, not the careers, not the friendships forged in Homer's living room or Moe's bar or the parking lot of the Springfield nuclear power plant. Not the town itself, and most certainly not the loop. Section 22. The donut and the reactor. The hidden symbolism nobody taught you. Let us spend a few quiet minutes with the donut. It appears in the show so often and so consistently that most longtime viewers have stopped registering it as a specific, meaningful image. It is simply Homer's food, the thing he craves, the comedic shorthand for his appetite and his childlike relationship with pleasure. But the donut is doing more work than that. The donut has a hole in the center. It is a circle with an absence at its core. It is a ring of sweetness around a void. It provides pleasure, genuine and uncomplicated pleasure, while simultaneously being built around an emptiness that no amount of dough and glaze can fill. You can eat the whole thing, and still, when you look at the plate, there is nothing where the center was. Homer reaches for donuts when he is bored, when he is anxious, when he is sad, when he is celebrating, when he needs comfort, when he needs distraction, when he needs something to occupy his hands and his mouth, while his mind does whatever his mind does when it is not required to perform its professional or familial functions. He reaches for the circle with the hole, the thing that is sweet and satisfying and fundamentally incomplete. The coma theory maps this perfectly. Homer in the coma is always reaching for the donut, always circling the center of what he wants without being able to get there. The family is the center. The real family, the actual family that exists in the hospital room, and is growing up without him and is aging and changing and becoming people he has not been conscious to watch become. The center of the donut is the life that is happening outside the dream. Homer can have the ring. He can have the sweetness and the comfort and the endless supply of Springfield donuts. But the center, the real thing, the part that would make it complete, is the hole. The reactor at the plant is also circular, the fuel rods arranged in rings. The containment vessel a circle, the cooling tower cylindrical. The whole facility an architecture of circles and rings and toroidal forms designed around the management of energy that exists at the center and must be contained, directed, never quite consumed. Homer throws a donut into the reactor in one of the show's most casually surreal moments. He wants to see if it will grow. He is treating the most dangerous industrial process he is responsible for supervising with the exact same framework he uses to engage with every other aspect of his existence. Curiosity and hunger, and the specific, ungoverned impulsiveness of a mind that has never been quite able to connect action to consequence in the way that keeps most people from making the larger categories of mistake. The donut and the reactor are the same shape. The sweetness and the danger, the comfort and the contamination, the ring with the hole at the center. Homer moves between them every day of his working life and has never quite noticed that the thing he is craving is the same shape as the thing that is slowly altering the town around him. The show has also drawn attention, across its run, to the specific color of Homer's donuts. Pink, with sprinkles. The specific, candy-saturated pink of something designed to communicate pleasure without any particular relationship to the organic. A color that does not occur in nature. A color that says this was made to be wanted. The residents of Springfield are yellow, not the pink of something artificially optimized for appeal, but the yellow of something that has been altered by proximity to a process they did not choose. The donuts are pink, the people are yellow, the plant is green at night when Burns comes home from his treatments. Everything in Springfield is the wrong color, and nobody asks why. Section 23, The Weight of 36 Years, What It Means to Watch a Show This Long. There is something that happens to a person who has watched The Simpsons across a significant portion of their life that does not happen with other shows. Most television series end. They have finales. The last episode airs and the story concludes, and the relationship the viewer has built with the characters and the world of the show arrives at a natural, if often painful, stopping point. The viewer is released. They can take the thing they experienced, the story and the characters and the world, and begin to understand it as a complete object. A bounded thing. Something that started and ran and ended and can now be held in the mind as a whole experience, rather than an ongoing one. The Simpsons has never done this. Every person who has been watching since 1989, or since the early 1990s, or since any point in the intervening 36 years, is still in the middle. The story has not ended. The characters are still alive. Homer is still working at the plant. The family is still on the couch. Springfield is still there, on the hill above the river, beneath the cracked cooling towers, unreachable on any map. The relationship these viewers have with the show is not the kind you can process as a completed experience. It is ongoing, active. The kind of relationship you have with a place you lived or a family you grew up in. Not something you can assess from the outside because you are still inside it. And this creates a particular kind of affection, or perhaps attachment, that is different from what most television produces. People who love The Simpsons love it in the way you love things that have been present through the whole of your formation. The show was there when you were young. The show was there through the changes. The show was there through things that you would not have predicted, and through the long, ordinary middle sections of life that are not eventful enough to remember specifically, but which make up most of what a life actually is. The show was there. That presence, sustained over decades, builds a relationship that is not quite the same as loving a story. It is closer to loving a place. The specific, complicated, slightly irrational love you have for the geography of your childhood, for the particular light of a specific city in a specific season, for the combination of smell and sound that means home regardless of how many other places have come along since. Springfield is that place for a generation of people. Not a real place. Not a place you can visit or return to in the ordinary sense. A place that exists only when the television is on and the theme plays, and the family rushes through the opening credits to land on the couch but before the credits end. But a real place in the sense that matters. In the sense that it has shaped how people understand their own lives, how they process their own families, how they recognize in their own domestic chaos and their own improbable love stories and their own cracked cooling towers the shape of something they have always known. Springfield is the mirror, and we have been looking into it for 36 years. At this hour, wherever you are, the mirror is soft. The edges have gone gentle. The image in the glass is more memory than reflection, more feeling than fact. The theories have done their work, or they have not, and the mysteries remain what they always were, beautiful and irreducible, and probably not meant to be solved. Not fully, not in any way that would leave you satisfied rather than slightly bereaved. The mysteries are the story. The not knowing is the story. The fact that Bart will be 10 tomorrow morning, just as he was 10 this morning, just as he was 10 36 years ago, is the story. Not a problem, not a failure, not a thing that needs explaining or excusing. A choice. A sustained, deliberate, enormous choice that the show has been making every year for longer than most of its viewers have been alive. The choice to stay. The choice to keep Springfield going. To keep the lights on in the yellow house on Evergreen Terrace. To keep Homer employed and Marge patient and Bart rebellious and Lisa playing her saxophone and Maggie watching everything with her enormous, knowing eyes. To keep the loop running. Because the loop is what we asked for. We asked for a family that would not leave. We asked for a town that would be there every time we came back to it. We asked for the thing that television usually cannot give, which is permanence. The specific, warm, reliable permanence of something that waits for you. And Springfield waited. It has been waiting for 36 years. It will wait for however long it takes for you to find your way back. Go ahead and sleep now. Springfield will be here when you wake up. That is the whole point. It always is. Section 24. The final inventory. Everything we found in Springfield tonight. Before we let the last of tonight's Springfield settle fully into the background where it belongs, let us make a quiet inventory. Not of the theories, which we have spent enough time with to know their shapes, but of the things we found along the way that turned out to matter more than we expected. We found a nuclear power plant that is the cause of every anomaly in its town, quietly, patiently, for 36 years, generating power and contamination and the particular damaged compliance of a population that cannot see what is happening to it. We found a man in a hospital bed who has been dreaming a love letter to his family since April of 1993, a dream so precise and so beautiful in its specific wish that its internal contradictions feel less like errors than evidence. We found a baby who is possibly the most intelligent person in a town that punishes intelligence, who has spent 3 decades building the only armor that actually works in Springfield, which is the armor of being underestimated. We found a mother who fought something enormous and lost everything except the conviction that fighting it was right, and whose absence shaped the whole architecture of her son's suffering in ways he could never quite locate the source of. We found a town that voted to criminalize truth and exile the man who carried it, and found in that vote not cruelty, but the terrified logic of a community that cannot afford the price of honesty. We found an old man who cannot die, sustained by weekly doses of the same contamination that is slowly, permanently altering the people who depend on him for their electricity and their livelihoods. We found Hans Mollman, 31 years old and looking 90, dying and returning every week like a small and mostly ignored piece of evidence that something in Springfield has broken the rules everyone else lives by. We found Ned Flanders, the most punished man in the most punishing town in American fiction, maintaining his goodness not through virtue but through conditioning that he cannot override and has mostly stopped trying to. We found Springfield everywhere and nowhere, on the coast and in the heartland, and near every border and in no state specifically, a town that is legally protected from accountability by the simple fact of its inability to be located. We found Lisa, 8 years old, playing her saxophone at the end of the world. We found Bart, 10 years old, skateboarding through a loop that was designed long before he was born. We found Marge, patient, loving, impossible in her own quiet way, the gravity that keeps the whole arrangement from flying apart. And at the center of all of it, we found Homer. Sleeping, perhaps, dreaming, working at the plant, sitting on the couch, reaching for the donut with the hole in the center, surviving things that should have ended him and failing at things that should have been simple and loving his family with everything his damaged, foggy, crayon-compromised, yellow-skinned, four-fingered, impossibly resilient self has available to give. which turns out, across 36 years of evidence, to be more than enough. This is what we found in Springfield tonight. A family. Imperfect, impossible, irreplaceable. Still on the couch, still together, still there. Good night.